us. I'm still waiting for my Baba, who is going to give us the Iwure to open this important program. For those of you, for one reason or the other, if your friend or anybody cannot get in through Zoom, we are also on YouTube, Yoruba Gbode. Also, we are on our Reef Note website, our partner. Anyway, this is where we are today. Long time ago in Gbangan land, I'm not very good at singing. A friend of mine told me, just stay with broadcasting, don't try to sing, but I will sing today. Long time ago in Gbangan land, Sorunmila told us, a gentleman was born for us, so we can enjoy him. Many, many years ago, by the special glory, by the special work of Orunmila, precisely November 14, 1944, to the noble, royal, excellent family of Baba Adeboye, the Ekarun of Olufi of Gbọ̀ngán, the Ekarun Oba, an important position. So this gentleman who we all of us enjoy and we have been enjoying him for years was born to this august and noble and royal and excellent family, the Adeboye family. Baba Adeboye and Mama Arike Adeboye. Today on Yoruba Gbode, we are celebrating our important personality, our noble man, Professor Adeniran Ajani Adeboye, on his 88th birthday. We thank Almighty God for his blessing. I can say categorically that I know him very well. I've known Baba Adeboye for more than a quarter of his life, more than that, more than 20 years. I deserve a round of applause too. But before I go on, because if you leave me, I'll keep talking. Before I go, let me share this joke with you. When I made the flyer, I wrote it in the flyer that a father to all our children and us. And a friend of mine was like, you didn't even put the father in quote. You didn't even put father figure. You are going to explain to Mama Adeboye where all these children, how they belong to Baba Adeboye. And yeah, everybody understand what I was saying. They know what I mean. But before I go further, I'm going to introduce Baba and Mama Adeboye as our first important person on this special program. Mama Barbara Adeboye and Baba Professor Adeniran Ajani Adeboye, they're here. As you can see, Baba, I'm very happy that our Ashiri leaked, because that is how we can get Baba in this excellent Gobi heart. Baba, welcome. Baba Amoye, Baba Ogorinarian. You are welcome. Yeah. When the Oyinbo people have a octogenarian, like, ṣé àwọn nìkan la dáyé fún ni? It's an ogorinarian.
That's
We can
right.
say that. After I have introduced Baba and Mama, I am going to introduce my Amoye. Amoye in Yoruba Gbode on our program, they are the three wise men. And Professor Adeniran Adeboye is the chief. That's why we call him Baba Amoye. Every Sunday for the past 3 years or more, Baba Adeboye supported by the two other Amoye, have been feeding us with knowledge, with wisdom, with excellent thing that we need to know about Yoruba land. One day somebody called me. He said, "Are you sure Baba Adeboye is a mathematician or historian?" I said, "He's both. Just put him for both." So I'm going to introduce the people who have been supporting him. And the first person is Baba Biyi Oyefule, who is also an Amoye. Baba, please greet everybody.
Welcome to this August meeting taking place in November for our most highly esteemed Amoye Agba, Baba Amoye, Professor Adeniran Adeboye. I know behind every successful man, there's a very, very powerful woman. So, Mrs. Barbara Adeboye, I salute you. Thank you for being with us. Baba Amoye, as everybody said, as the Olochu said, is a multi-talented individual, a man of his type I have never come across. But a friend of mine told me that if I say such a thing, it's because I'm on the ignorant side. Where Baba came from, the capital of the Gongon Empire, if a woman has 6 children, more often than not, 4 of them are going to be professors. One of them is going to be the CEO of a corporation. And the dumbest one of them will be the chief medical director of any great organization. And it's the most unsuccessful one. So having said that, I suddenly realized that Baba is not an anathema at Gongon, maybe for us, for the rest of us, but at Gongon is just an ordinary man. And I'm not going to give you Baba's other name. I'm so tempted to call my Egbon brother, but I wouldn't say anything else. So with that, I'll pass on to the next person who will talk. Thank you, Olotu.
Okay, thank you. I congratulate you that you didn't manage to say that, because we were going to withdraw the Magan citizenship that you've tried so hard. And thank you, Amoye, Dr. B. Oyefule. I also have our other Amoye, Baba Logbomoso. He is engineer Agba, Baba Oyetunde Bankole from Ogbomoso land. Baba used to sing Awala ni Ibadan tó fi d'Ogbomoso. You are on.
Okay. Congratulations, Baba. I doff my cap. I say many happy returns to you. Thank you, Lotu, for giving me this opportunity to say something about Baba. Baba has been a
Not yet. We are not saying anything about Baba now. We are just greeting everybody.
Okay,
I'm just introducing all the Amoyes.
All right. I thank you very much. Baba, I really congratulate you and I felicitate with you on this occasion. I'm not too far away, so if you can parcel my own rice and chicken, I believe I'll get it by mail or whatever.
So, what about the one you got yesterday?
tí sọ tí wọ́n ń jẹ l'Ógbómọ̀ṣọ́.
Begiri, Amalati Begiri. That's what we take in the morning. Then around 11, 12, we have Eko. We call it Eko, but it's Akamu. So that's what.
Hey, you're gone.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
There she is.
Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me of home. So I welcome everybody this day to Baba's. It's Baba's Day, so we'll yield the floor to him. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to introduce one of the people in the conspiracy with me. Is my own Aburo Ilesami. I am a bad one because I manage to coin you to conspire against your own daddy to hide this important thing. Ilesami, greet everybody.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for everyone who's come. This is Malasimi, and this is Fumi. And we're happy to see everyone here. We're so glad to have an opportunity to see everyone here and to have this opportunity to mark this august and important occasion. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Where is Arike Tolani? Okay, yeah. Long time ago when I was in college, oh my God, they have been saying it that people who can talk a lot, most of them, they don't know mathematics. But Baba Deboye can talk a lot and, he's a mathematician and when he talks, but me, for my luck, I can talk, but mathematics, zero. So it got to a point that at Bowie, many, many years ago, I had to graduate and I had to pass mathematics. So fortunately for me, I got this incredible young teacher. And one time, after she taught me and I passed very well, I would tell people that, I have met somebody who knows mathematics more than Baba Adeboye. But they told me, Ilaki Igaju Onire Lo. And I find out that the difference is when Baba Adeboye was teaching me, he would be talking about Ibadan, saying all kind of things about Ibadan. But Tolani didn't say that. I'm very, very happy to also introduce Bere Baba. Bere in Yoruba is the first girl. Bere Baba, Tolani Arike Adeboye. Tolani, say hello to everybody.
Hello to everyone. Can you hear me?
Very
Excellent.
well.
Excellent. Greetings to everyone from Brooklyn, New York. I'm so glad to see so many lovely faces on the call, some who I've not seen in a long time. And to join you today for this celebration, which of course is very dear to my heart, at this august occasion honoring Daddy's 80th birthday. So thank you so much for joining. I think I get a chance later on to tell you a little bit more about my dad from my perspective and memory. I'm looking forward to sharing that with you and to hearing the remembrances and thoughts of others on the call. So what a wonderful afternoon to be together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Omo Olejo Baba, Kama Binu Omo. Let me keep the rest. In Yoruba land, we believe in prayer too. Our own prayer is very, very special. My Baba is here. Baba mi, Baba Wande Abimbola. I'm trying to bring Daddy up. Baba mi, Baba Wande Abimbola. Àrólé Ọ̀rúnmìlà, àwíṣẹ àgbáyé. Baba is here. I know that.
Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi? Mo ti wà níbí. Ẹ ti ń gbọ́ mi báyìí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, Daddy, we can hear you. Yeah, we were trying to see you, but now we can see you.
Right.
So we are going to open with Iwure. Iwure is a special prayer from Baba Àwíṣẹ gbogbo àgbáyé, Àwíṣẹ gbogbo àgbáyé, Àrólé Ọ̀rúnmìlà. Bàbá mi kẹ́ ẹ pẹ́. Ó dọwọ́ yín o.
Mo kí gbogbo yín o.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sà.
Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. Mo kí yín púpọ̀, mo yìn yín títí.
Baba is greeting everybody.
Kú àtijọ́, ẹ sì kú àtìgbà. Ẹ kú àtìgbà níbi tẹ́ ẹ rè lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Mo wá kí ẹni tí ń ṣe ọjọ́ ìbí lónìí. Ọjọ́ pàtàkì ni ọjọ́ òní fún gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá. Nítorí pé ẹni tí ń ṣe ọjọ́ òbí èèyàn pàtàkì ni.
It's a special man.
Fún gbogbo ìran Yorùbá pátápátá.
For the whole Yoruba race.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, àti fún gbogbo ọmọ èèyàn dúdú. Ọjọ́ pàtàkì ni ọjọ́ ìbí à ń ṣe. Ọlọ́run ọba tọ́láyé tọ́lọ́run kó jẹ́ kí wọ́n ó lè ṣe pípọ̀ rẹ̀ láyé.
Àṣẹ.
Àṣẹ o.
Pẹ́sọ̀ wa gbogbo èèyàn mọ̀ pé a ṣe pípọ̀ ẹ̀ yẹn máa fi láyé kún. Ẹ mọ̀ pé láyé
àti láyé.
Tí a bá ń pè wá lọ́run àní jẹ́.
Àṣẹ o.
Aṣọ láàmọ̀ fi ránṣẹ́ sí wọn. Wọn ò mọ̀ bí mo ṣe ní àkókò tó olóòtú wa. Ẹ fẹ́ bí ìṣẹ́jú mélòó lẹ fẹ́ kí n torí sọ̀rọ̀sọ̀rọ̀ lèmi.
Bàbá mi ẹ lè sọ̀rọ̀. Àwa ń rò pé tẹ bá kọ́kọ́ fún wa ní ìwúre lẹ́yìn ìgbà náà kẹ́ wá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa.
Ìwúre náà mò ń sọ.
Ẹ lè wúre dáadáa. Àdúrà ìpọ́jù ìwúre ìpọ́jù ẹ fún wa.
Bí wákàtí kan.
A nílò ẹ̀ dáadáa.
Pẹ́ o, wọ́n kọ́ wúre fún pòfẹ́sọ̀ wa ní ohun Ifá. Olókun asọ̀rọ̀dayọ̀. Lẹ́yìn náà wọ́n tún awúre ní ohun Ògún.
Baba is going to pray in Ifa voice and Ogun voice.
Wọ́n wá fi ti kábíyèsí Ṣàngó rọmọlẹ̀ tú ọ̀run.
And then he will end it with Ṣàngó's voice. Àràbọ̀wọ̀jà lálá kábíyèsí.
Bàbá ti dákọ̀ Ṣàngó, àkọ́ dìde báyìí, àtún àjókòó padà. Orí òun
We have
ni.
to stand up when we mention Ṣàngó's name.
Get up and say.
Ní ọba Yorùbá láyé àtijọ́. Gbà táwa fi wà kéékèèké tá a bá sọ pé ọba.
King.
Ṣàngó tàbí Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ ní jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Tá a bá fẹ́ sọ pé ọba ibìkan míì, bóyá ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Òde, ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Igbó, ọba Èkó, ọba Ẹ̀gbá, a wá sọ pé ọba Ẹ̀gbá, la sọ pé ọba Ìbàdàn, a sọ pé tá a sọ pé ọba Ṣàngó ní jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́.
So when we talk about Oba, we are talking about Ṣàngó.
Ó fi ohun mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta ni wọ́n fi wúre fún bàbá wa tí ń ṣe ọjọ́ ìbí lónìí.
Baba will use the three voices, Ọ̀rúnmìlà, Ògún, and Ṣàngó.
Ẹ ṣe pípọ̀ rẹ̀.
Àṣẹ o.
Láyé. Pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà, pẹ̀lú inú dídùn, pẹ̀lú ayọ̀, lẹ́ẹ̀fi ṣe. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó ní èdídú wọn ò hulẹ̀ dú òkùnkùn wọn ò hu jálàgbàlá àwọ̀ àgbàlá àdúrà fún atẹ́nilára àwọ̀ òkun èdídú ní òhùlẹ̀ dú òkùnkùn wọn ò hulẹ̀kùn jálàgbàlá àwọ̀ àgbàlá àdúrà fún atẹ́nilára àwọ̀ ọ̀sà èdídú wọn ò hulẹ̀ dú òkùnkùn wọn ò hulẹ̀kùn jálàgbàlá àwọ̀ àgbàlá àdúrà fún atẹ́nilára àwọ̀ àkàn ojú omi.
Hello. Báwo ni?
Atẹ́nilára àwọ̀ òkun ni ó kọ àápàjé. Atẹ́nilára àwọ̀
Ọlọ́run aṣọ yín délé.
Ni ó kọ àápàyà. Atẹ́nilára àwọ̀ àkàn ojú omi ló kọ àápọ̀mọ́. Orí mi àpérè o àyà mi àfòbí kan ẹ̀là sòdè Ifá mọ̀mọ́ játẹ́nilára ọ̀tẹ̀ mi fani ẹ̀ ní tẹ́ níbi owó nǹkan mẹ́ta ní tẹ̀yàn láyé owó àìlówó lọ bàbá àjàyà fálọ ẹ̀ ní tẹ́ níbi owó
Àṣẹ.
ẹ̀ ní tẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ aya
Àṣẹ.
ẹ̀ sì ní tẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ ọmọ nǹkan mẹ́ta tí tẹ̀yàn nu téèyàn bá ń dára ilé ìyàwó ọba jáde pé kí ni ó lè ní sẹ́yìn ọmọ ni ọparí ọtá àbí ọ̀tàn tàbí ọmọ ọjà bọ́yá bàbá èèyàn dáadáa la mọ̀ sí kìí purọ́ kìí jalè kìí ṣèké lọmọ bá lọ ṣe kinní kan olú ẹ̀tẹ́ àbí ọ̀tẹ́ wálẹ̀ ní tẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ níbi owó ẹ̀ ní tẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ aya ẹ̀ ní tẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ ọmọ.
Àṣẹ.
Bí Ọ̀rúnmìlà ṣe ń wí bẹ́ẹ̀ nù. Ifá lóhùn ọgbà yìí tá a ṣe o Ọ̀rúnmìlà o Ifá mọ̀mọ́ lóhùn ọgbà yìí tá a ṣe ẹ bá jẹ́ àpè o níbi àgbàyẹ̀kú orí ìgbà òwò àgbàyẹ̀kẹ̀tẹ̀ ọ̀sọ̀ kálẹ̀ adúlá fún ọlọ́mọ àwáyé èkú wọ́n ní orúbọ ẹ̀kú ó ṣe é kú ọ̀pá 20 ọdún òní o àwa ń bẹ láì kú gbọ̀ngbọ̀n ní tòkè òkè gbọ̀ngbọ̀n igba ọdún òní o òkè ń bẹ láì kú gbọ̀ngbọ̀n ní tòkè òkè gbọ̀ngbọ̀n ìgbà gbogbo lòkè ń bẹ láì gbọ̀ngbọ̀n ní tòkè òkè gbọ̀ngbọ̀n Ifá ní pòfẹ́sọ̀ wa lógún ọdún òní lé gbọ́ ọdún òní ọmọ wà ní gbọ̀ngbọ̀n gbogbo wa náà wà ní gbọ̀ngbọ̀n.
Àṣẹ.
Ifá kọ̀ọ̀dàkùn kọ̀ọ̀dàbọ̀ kò fi dénú ẹ bá jẹ́ àpè o níbi ìwòrì méjì Ifá ní ìwòrì méjì káàndákọ yìí ní odù kẹta Ifá ìlú kan ní sì ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́bàá Àkúrẹ́ láyé àtijọ́ wọ́n ń pè ní òde èwò gbogbo èèyàn máa lọ ọbẹ̀ ẹ̀ bá ń wá nǹkan rere yọ lọ sóde èwò Ọya Òrìrì òun náà lọ sóde èwò nígbà tí ń wá ọmọ Ọya Ọ̀sà déédéé lọ sí òde èwò ẹkún ọmọ ló sún débẹ̀ tẹ bá fẹ́ mọ̀ nípa òde èwò yóò dùn mí púpọ̀ pé àìkàwé ọ̀pọ̀ yẹn kàwé ẹnìkan tí jẹ́ orúkọ rẹ̀ jẹ́ Thurston Shaw ó excavate Ìwò ní ọdún 1963 to 65 àjọ wà ní Institute of African Studies ní University of Ibadan ngbà náà ni lọ́lọ́ archaeology world famous archaeologist wà lọ excavate Ìwò ó wá rí gbogbo táwọn archaeologists máa mú jáde bí orí bí skeleton oríṣiríṣi wọ́n wá déètì ẹ̀ sí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún sẹ́yìn tó fi hàn wípé Yorùbá ti wà tipẹ́tipẹ́ ju ẹnikẹ́ni lọ ní òde Ìwò ní odù tó júwe Ìwò là ń pè ní Ìwòrì méjì ó nípa bí Ọ̀sánjá làwọn wọn lóde yìí tó rí àkàtàǹkó jákùn ó dògbìrì kálẹ̀ àdúrà fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà Ifá lọ táyé olúfẹ́ ó sọ bí ẹni tí ń sọgbá ta ní ọwọ́ abáwá táyé wa mọ̀ yìí sọ ewé ọ̀pẹ̀pẹ̀ tilẹ̀ sọ Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní ọba wa táyé wa mọ̀ yìí sọ ewé ọ̀pẹ̀pẹ̀ tilẹ̀ sọ bára péjú ní ọba wa táyé wa mọ̀ yìí sọ ewé ọ̀pẹ̀pẹ̀ tilẹ̀ sọ Ifá lòun ọba pòfẹ́sọ̀ wa tún ayé rẹ̀ sọ bí ẹni tí ń sọgbá yóò bẹ́mi Ògúnadé náà tún ayé mi sọ bí ẹni tí ń sọgbá ẹ bá jẹ́ àpè o níbi òdì méjì dímọ̀ yìí kú òdì méjì dí márùn ó dímọ̀ kúrúkúrú wélé ọ̀ṣọ́ agbádá ọ̀yẹ́ bàtà ṣàkíní ọ̀tọ̀run gbó bọ̀rọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ afẹ̀wọ́rùn dífá ní ìsàwọ̀ ọ̀sìn ní kàró adúlá fún àtàn gègèrè tí mómi ojú sògbèrè ire gbogbo ọba bá wa tó wa ó wà àtà àwájọ àtàn gègèrè bá wa kó wa àtà àwájọ ọkọ ní kó wa ibi jọ ọba bá wa kó wa àtàwájọ àtàn gègèrè bá wa kó wa àtàwájọ fálòwọ́ ọba kó ìwà rẹ̀ jọ gbogbo nǹkan èrè téèyàn jẹ láyé ọmọ ni owó ni ogun ọba kó jọ ọ̀kankan ò ní tànà bẹ́ẹ̀ lágbára lọ́wọ́ Ifá ẹ bá já pé o.
Àṣẹ.
Mr. Tanabe.
Fálò ọba yẹn kó ìwà jọ tó jẹ́ pé gbogbo nǹkan wa ò ní tànà mọ́.
Àṣẹ.
Owó tá a bá ní ló wà lójú kan ọ̀kan ò ní sọnù ńbẹ̀.
Àṣẹ.
Ọmọ tá a bí ọ̀kan ò ní sọnù ńbẹ̀.
Àṣẹ.
Ẹbí tá a ní ọ̀kan ò ní sọnù ńbẹ̀. Àtàrà àtẹbí àti gbogbo òwà wa pátá. Tẹrígbà tí Ifá ń sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀ ní nǹkan tí ń bẹ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá tí ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ọmọ. Ní Ìbẹ́ní Republic nílé Kétu ọdún tí mo kọ́ dé Ìbẹ́ní Republic 1963 tí mo lọ sílé Kétu.
Bàbá mi ẹ dákun bíi tẹ́ ẹ ti ń sọ̀tàn yẹn bá ní tẹ́ bá lè bá wa sọ ní Gẹ̀ẹ́sì torí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá pọ̀ ń bí gan tí wọn ò gbọ́ Yorùbá tí wọ́n sì gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ àǹfààní àwọn nǹkan pàtàkì tẹ́ ń sọ fún wa.
Ẹ fẹ́ ká sọ ní èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì wọn ò gbọ́ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọ̀dà
bàbá bá wa sọ ní vernacular English vernacular.
My Baba was at the vice chancellor for
now in Benin Republic when I was like quarter of a mile to Ketu. Then I saw this huge thing. What is this? It's not a building. What kind of thing is this? Huge. Like maybe 50 feet by 30 feet and going up into the sky. What is this? Ever since Ketu, the city of Ketu, had been in existence, all the refuse that they sweep from every home is deposited that in one place. And it became a mound. And today it's about 4 or 5 stories tall. And they are still putting refuse there. And it became an Orisha. That is we call, that Orisha is called Aitan Ola or Atan Gegere. Òsànité àwọn bàbá wa máa lọ Kétu lọ bọ pé kí ìwà àwọn ó lè wà lójú kan. Ọ̀pọ̀ èèyàn ló wà láyé tí ìwà rẹ̀ ò wà lójú kan. Ìfàlẹ̀ òun ó ṣe fún pòfẹ́sọ̀ wa tó jẹ́ pé gbogbo ìwà rẹ̀ yóò wà lójú kan. Ọmọ rẹ̀ ò ní tànù. Owó rẹ̀ ò ní tànù. Gbogbo nǹkan ọlà tá a lè fi máa júwe ẹni kò ní tànù, ojú ò ní fọ́. Létí wa ò ní dí. A ní bọ́ sọnù lọ́dọ̀ ọmọ. Ifá kọ́ dákun kọ́ dábọ̀ kó fi dénú. Ẹ bá já pé o níbi olówó wá aláwìn ọwá aṣèrè èèyàn ní bẹ nídìí ẹ̀kọ́ èèyàn tí ọba lówó kọ́ máa gbóòórùn lẹ́kùlé àdúrà fún ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ìbèrè èyí tí ọlọ́rọ̀ kálẹ́lẹ́ ó tó lẹ́ kọ́ wá ń ṣẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lérè ṣe bó ló jèrè ẹ̀kọ́ ọkọ̀ jèrè ṣe bó ló jèrè oró sọ dúdú oró sọ pupa ọfà yìnrín gbàjá ó lé kéńkà ọfà kó títì dí ó lé kéńkà ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọkọ̀ jèrè ṣe bó ló jèrè ẹ dákun ẹ bá ń gbé ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ jèrè ṣe bó ló jèrè o ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọkọ̀ jèrè ṣe bó ló jèrè oró sọ dúdú oró sọ pupa ọfà yìnrín gbàjá ó lé kéńkà ọfà kó títì dí ó lé kéńkà ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọkọ̀ jèrè ṣe bó ló ògbóje fani àárèrè jẹ.
Àṣẹ.
Àrùn sọ dúdú àrùn ti pupa gbogbo nǹkan tí jẹ́ èrè téèyàn jẹ nílé ayé.
Àṣẹ.
Lọ́wọ́ bá wa fún pòfẹ́sọ̀ wa tí ń sọjọ́ òbí lónìí.
Àṣẹ.
Èdùmàrè.
Àṣẹ wa.
Ìfá sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀ nínú oṣù méjì àárí ààyè láti máa sọ gbogbo ẹ̀ ní lónìí. Ifá ní bí téèyàn máa yà sí láyé pé àbọ̀tún ni yà sí ni àbósì ni Ifá ní òun ò ní jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ máa ṣe kámẹ́kámẹ́kámẹ́ ibi ọ̀nà tààrà tí ó lọ síbi ọlà tí ó lọ síbi owó tí ó lọ síbi ìdùnnú tí ó lọ síbi oríire ló wọ́n jẹ́ ká yà sí. Ó ní ọ̀nà kan tí ń wá ọ̀nà kan tó ń wá ìpàdé ọ̀nà méjì abẹnú ṣoṣo. Àdúrà fún ìkòrò níjọ́ tí ń lọ lè bá olókun pẹ̀sán ọdún ọ̀nà kan tí ń wá ọ̀nà kan tó ń wá ìpàdé ọ̀nà méjì abẹnú ṣoṣo. Àdúrà fún ìsìn níjọ́ tí ń lọ lè bá olókun pẹ̀sán ọdún wọ́n gbọ́ rírú ẹbọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni wọn òòrù wọ́n gbọ́ èrò àtúkèṣù bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni wọn òtù wọ́n gbọ́ karara ẹbọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni wọn ọ̀ọ́ha ọ̀nà kan tí ń wá ọ̀nà kan tó ń wá ìpàdé ọ̀nà méjì abẹnú ṣoṣo adúlá fún àrú wọn níjọ́ tí ń lọ lè bá olókun pẹ̀sán ọdún ọgbọ́n ríru ẹbọ ọgbọ́n èrò àtúnkè sóòtù ọgbọ́n ìkarara ẹbọ afún ó ní ọ̀bàrà ègún tán orí ìṣẹ̀dá àṣẹ orí ẹja dẹja ìkòrò dàkòrò àrùwọn nìkan ní ń bẹ lẹ́yìn tí ń ṣe ìbọn ṣuṣu fọlọ́fin ó ní orí mi àwọ̀ gèrè orí mi àwọ̀ gèrè orí mi àwọ̀ gèrè orí mi àwọ̀ gèrè orí àrùwọn lórí mi orí mi àwọ̀ gèrè ṣe rí àwọn ẹja àwọn òǹyàgbẹ̀ farmers at a time in ancient times in Yoruba land you notice that at a certain time of the year all fishes will be going through all the rivers small rivers they will all be going to the ocean. Well, what is this? All the fishes are going to the ocean. So all the fishes, ẹja, ìkòrò, ìsín, that is the time that they go to the ocean to go and celebrate the 9th day of Olokun's annual celebration. Olokun Ajibade Agbodojoba Ajifiluke. Then all fishes will go to the ocean. So on this particular occasion, there's a fish called Aruwan, which has nodes on both by the side of each ear, nodes like this. It's called Aruwan. So Aruwan is also a fish. So Aruwan said, let us make sacrifice. Let's go and divine. Ikoro said, what are you telling me? Is this the first time that our ancestors have been going to the ocean to celebrate with Olokun since ancient times? Well, what's the need for divination? What's the need for Ebo? Aruwan said, let us go. Let's go and divine. They didn't wait for Aruwan. They all went to the ocean. So everyone was going. The 9th day of Olokun celebration, because they will get all sorts of presents from the ocean. Oh, all the riches, all the wealth on top of the earth are just a fraction, a tiny fraction of what is in the ocean. Everything is in the ocean. So they went, knowing fully well that when they are coming back, we gave everybody all sorts of presents. But Aruwan went and divined. When he woke up, on the day they were going to go to the ocean, he found certain nodes swelling on each, by the side of each ear. What is this? Oh, a single fish can give birth to 1 million children. All her children, many of them, looked at them, they also have the same swellings. What is this? If they try to go, they cannot fit. The hole was not enough for them to go inside. So when they couldn't go, they just gathered by one side of the river. That way, maybe when all those, they saw other fishes going. That was going, Koro was going, Ise was going. So they gathered there. All those fishes went, they didn't come back. What could have been? She said, on the third day, said, go home. They are not coming back. All those fishes you are seeing have gone inside fisherman's net. So those wellings prevented the head of Aruwan and her children to fit inside fisherman's net. That is how he was. She and her children and her family were saved. If I say he will save our professor and all of us from all the evil things going around the world. He will save us from death. He will save us from illness. Orí mi àwọ̀ gèrè. Orí mi àwọ̀ gèrè. Orí mi àwọ̀ gèrè. Orí mi àwọ̀ gèrè. Orí Aruwan lórí mi. Orí mi àwọ̀ gèrè. Verses this coming year and subsequent years,
Amen.
We will not be in any danger.
Amen.
Our family will not be in any danger.
Ashe.
Our head will not fit inside a trap prepared by our enemies.
Ashe.
Ó ní ọ̀nà kan tí ń wá, ọ̀nà kan tó ń wá, ìpàdé ọ̀nà méjì abẹnú ṣoṣo. Àdúrà fún ẹja níjọ́ tí ń lọ lè bá olókun ẹ̀san ọdún. Ọ̀nà kan tí ń wá, ọ̀nà kan tó ń wá, ìpàdé ọ̀nà méjì abẹnú ṣoṣo. Àdúrà fún ìsìn níjọ́ tí ń lọ lè bá olókun ẹ̀san ọdún. Ọ̀nà kan tí ń wá, ọ̀nà kan tó ń wá, ìpàdé ọ̀nà méjì abẹnú ṣoṣo. Àdúrà fún ìkorò níjọ́ tí ń lọ lè bá olókun ẹ̀san ọdún. Wọ́n gbọ́ rírú ẹbọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni wọn òru. Wọ́n gbọ́ èrò àtúkèṣù bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni wọn òtù. Wọ́n gbọ́ karara ẹbọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni wọn ọ̀há. Ọ̀nà kan tí ń wá, ọ̀nà kan tó ń wá, ìpàdé ọ̀nà méjì abẹnú ṣoṣo. Àdúrà fún Aruwan níjọ́ tí ń lọ lè bá olókun ẹ̀san ọdún. Ọgbọ́n rírú ẹbọ òru, ọgbọ́n èrò àtúkèṣù òtù, ọgbọ́n ìkarara ẹbọ ha fún un. Tó ní ọ̀bàrà ìgúntàn orí ìṣẹ̀dá àti orí ẹja dẹja ìkòrò dàkùrù. Aruwan nìkan ní ń bẹ lẹ́yìn tí ń ṣe ìbọn ṣuruṣuru fọlọ́fin. Ó ní orí àwa àwọ̀ gèrè. Orí àwa àwọ̀ gèrè. Orí Aruwan lórí wa. Orí àwa àwọ̀ gèrè. Let me now shift to Ogun, the voice of Ogun. Orúkọ tèmi ni Ògúnwándé. Èso òbọn, àràká ọdẹ àdúgbò.
Ẹ pẹ́ bàbá.
Ó ní ẹ wá wọmọ àṣìpalọ́lá, àṣìpalóye èlé èṣù ẹ̀yọ̀. Ẹ wá wọmọ àṣìpanírògún, ẹ wọmọ orò tó ké nígbà gbogbo. Àṣìpanírògún, ẹ wọmọ orò tó ké nàmọ ẹ̀yọ̀. Ìbálẹ̀ tó máa lọ. Ǹjẹ́ mo rí bàbá mi o? Ìbá Akínsílọ́lá lẹ́gbẹ̀jú re agbọ́lele Ògún yà bàrà. ìbà rókò tẹ́kẹ́ ọmọdé ò gbọ́dọ̀ sá ó réjìká ó furugi ọ̀kẹ́ méje ó kirikiri ọ̀rẹ́ tún fẹ́ ta àbí òwe mo wá kílé mo kílé ilé ọ̀jẹ́ mọ́ o bàbá mi mọ́ ṣàgbò títí onílé ọ̀fọ̀ mo ní níbo lónílé yìí wà ìrókò tẹ́kẹ́ oyún kó àbúrò òde àwọn bẹ nídìí ògún ẹran ni wọ́n yan fólúmọkin mo wá kílé ilé ọ̀jẹ́ mọ́ o bàbá mi mọ́ ṣàgbò títí onílé ọ̀fọ̀ mo ní níbo lónílé yìí wà ìrókò tẹ́kẹ́ oyún kó àbúrò òde ọdẹ ẹtí ń bẹ lọ́hùn wọ́n wá pọ̀ ọ̀dọ̀dẹ ayé lọ àwọn ń bẹ nídìí ògún ẹran ni wọ́n yan fólúmọkin ọ̀run dẹ́dẹ́dẹ́ mọ́kànjúmọ́ gbogbo wa là ń bọ̀ ọmọ ológun ẹgbẹ̀rin abẹ́ ẹgbẹ̀rin.
Agbẹ̀rin.
Ó ní nílé ògún la wà o ǹjẹ́ nílé ògún la ẹgbẹ̀rin ṣùṣù ẹgbó ẹ̀sápẹ́ nílé ògún la wà nílé ògún la wà o nílé ògún la ògún wa ń dé nílé ògún la ẹgbẹ̀rin ṣùṣù ẹgbó ẹ̀sápẹ́ nílé ògún la wà nílé ògún la wà o nílé ògún la ẹgbẹ̀rin ṣùṣù ẹgbó ẹ̀sápẹ́ nílé ògún la wà ọmọ ológun ẹgbẹ̀rin abẹ́ ẹgbẹ̀rin.
Agbẹ̀rin.
Ọmọ ológun ẹgbẹ̀rin abẹ́ ẹgbẹ̀rin. Tẹ́rí Ògún ó ní òrìṣà kínní tọkọ wá sílé ayé òun ló la ọ̀nà nígbà wọ́n ń bọ̀ látòde ọ̀run òun ló ní ẹ̀wọ̀n tí wọ́n fi rọ̀ sí òtúfẹ̀ réré wọ́n rọ̀ sí òkè àrà nílé Ifẹ̀ wọ́n wà ń bẹ̀ fọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún nígbà tí wọ́n dá igbó tí wọ́n dá ẹyẹ tí wọ́n dá igi tí wọ́n dá gbogbo nǹkan ni wọ́n wá sọ̀kalẹ̀ láti òkè àrà bọ́ sí òtúfẹ̀ òfẹ̀ òdáyé Ifẹ̀ rí lótùfẹ̀ réré ni Ògún fi jẹ́ òòṣà kínní tí a máa bọ. Ìbà Ògún onírè ọkọ mi ìka gbólú erin àjàngbólú ẹ̀rí koríko lódò. Ògún ò ní bá wa jà nígbà kankan. Ẹ máa ṣàṣẹ àṣẹ àyọ̀wò àṣẹ nílé ayé Ògún ò sì ní bá wa jà nígbà kankan.
Àṣẹ.
Ẹ rí Ògún ó ní ọkọ́ òun ló lọ̀bẹ òun ló bí ọba sí Ògún a lè ṣe nǹkan kan ohun gbogbo tògún ohun gbogbo tògún ohun gbogbo tògún ẹ̀ẹ̀méje lẹ́wọ̀ ohun gbogbo tògún 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 Ògún lọ́lọ́kọ́ Ògún lọ́lọ́bẹ Ògún lọ́lọ́kọ́ Ògún lọ́lọ́bẹ Ògún ló ní gbá Ògún lọ́la wo bí ọba sí onírè àròkọ ǹjẹ́ bí ò sí onírè àyẹ̀nà bí ò sí onírè bí ọba sí onírè ọmọ kékeré ṣáájú bí ọba sí onírè àròkọ bí ó sì sí onírè àyẹ̀nà Ògún ni ó gbà mí o Ògún ni ó gbà mí lọ́wọ́ aláròkù káwò òde. Bóyá kí n tún wá lọ síbi tí kábíyèsí Ṣàngó ẹ̀rí Ṣàngó òun náà ni ọba lọ́dá Ọ̀rànyàn ló bí Ṣàngó. Ọ̀rànyàn òmìrán ni Ṣàngó náà kábíyèsí òmìrán lòun náà là máa fífi ṣe àdúrà ká lè bá a máa ṣẹ́ ọ̀tẹ̀ táàfin ní rí ogun táàfin ní rí ọ̀tẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá tàbí inú ilé wa tàbí lágbègbè wa tàbá ti dákọ̀ Ṣàngó á dìde á tún jókòó. Ọmọ oníṣàngó ẹgbẹ̀rin abẹ́ ẹgbẹ̀rin ọba sórí olúbá ń bí máa bọ́ ọkọ ǹjẹ́ bí ọba sórí ewélérè àdó òtún bá ń tẹ́ bọ́lá ń fẹ́ béèyàn fẹ́ ń gbẹ̀rin bàbá mi àpá ní ń gbéwúrẹ́ àpá ní ń gbéwúrẹ́ oníṣàngó kan ìfọ̀gànná àpá ní ń gbéwúrẹ́ oníṣàngó kan ìṣàbòsí àpá ní ń gbéwúrẹ́ oníṣàngó kan ìfọ̀gànná àpá ní ń gbéwúrẹ́ oníṣàngó kan ìṣàbòsí àpá ní kó ní ọgbà mi o Ṣàngó ní ọgbà mi lọ́wọ́ aláròká òde Ifá ní gbọ́wọ́ babaláwo ọ̀sán yìí ní gbọ́wọ́ àwọn ṣègùn kèé tí gbà mí sí o ṣé bí gbígbà ló lè gbà mí o bàbá yèyé tọ́ dáhùn sọ́ràn mi. Ṣàngó Ògún gbogbo àwọn bàbá tó ṣẹ̀ wálẹ̀ lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin wọ́n gbé gbogbo wa wọ́n gbé pòfẹ́sọ̀ wa ẹ̀ ò ní fọ́ etí rẹ̀ ò ní di nǹkan burúkú ò ní ṣe àní gbọ́ burúkú kankan sí àní gbọ́ burúkú síra wa ṣe rí kábíyèsí Ṣàngó ìyá tó bí èmi àwẹ̀lé arítanganran ṣèdérí àmù oníṣàngó ni ó lè pe òòṣà bíi ogún kò sí ohun òòṣà tí ọmọ pè láyé ìjèló gbà tí ò sí léèwé tí ń kọ́ àwọn ọmọ nu obìnrin ọkọ mọ bí ó ṣe pé ilé bàbá àtìyá rẹ̀ yóò tún á mọ bí ó ṣe mọ pé ilé ọkọ rẹ̀ yóò sì tún á mọ kọ́ àwọn ọmọ rẹ̀ ní gbogbo yẹn àǹfààní kan náà tí Ọlọ́run fún èmi tí mo sì ń dọ́là rẹ̀ dòní ni pé èyí tètè lọ léèwé ọmọ ọdún 12 ni mi tó lọ léèwé mo ti kọ́ gbogbo nǹkan wọn sẹ́yìn wọ́n relé ìyá mi ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ òkúta ńlá borí ìkógbó ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ gbòǹgbò ọ̀nà múlẹ̀ ta agìrìgìrì àwọn náà ló dífá fún ọlọ́jà 16 ọlọ́jẹ̀ ní nǹkan ṣoṣo lórúbọ ọmọ 3 níyá wọn bí òṣèlẹ́gbọ́n Okoye làbúrò Ajíbógundé lọmọ kan ní wọn léńjẹ ilé ń jẹ òṣèǹgbẹ náà lè dùn òkòyé ń kékun relé ewu mi wá de wá àmúṣe ẹyẹ ọmọ eléwu re àrè lágbàáyé o ara ọjọ́ wọn Ṣàngó ni ó gbà mí o Ṣàngó ni ó gbà mí lọ́wọ́ alárò òká òde Ifá ní gbọ́wọ́ babaláwo ọ̀sán ní gbọ́wọ́ àwọn ṣìgùn kéétì tí gbà mí sí o tẹbí gbígbà ló lè gbà mí o bàbá yèyé tọ́ dáhùn sọ́ràn mi ọ̀tọ̀lọ́gba ọ̀kan pẹ̀tẹ̀wọ̀rù tí ń bẹ lọ́jà àmọ́ létè ọ̀tọ̀ náà lọ́wọ́ àgbàdo àwọn yìí sí Ṣàngó ní ọgbà mi ìgbà enígbọ̀ ọ̀pẹ sọ̀rọ̀ ní gbàsípa Òkè Ìbàdàn enígbọ̀ Olúyọ̀lé o Ṣàngó wá gbà mí ìgbà enígbọ̀ ọ̀pẹ sọ̀rọ̀ ní gbàsípa Ṣàngó ọgbà gbogbo wa tó gbà pòfẹ́sọ̀ wa yìí tó bá wa ṣẹ́gun ọ̀tá láàrin yìí òdì
àṣẹ
nǹkan kan ò ní mú wa jẹ ajẹrì ṣe bàbá jẹ àtẹjẹtọ lọgẹnẹgẹnẹ aṣọ ọrà àjẹta kóńkó táwọn ọ̀rọ̀ ń fẹ́ àṣẹgun sí àbùbí ọ̀tá lulẹ̀ láàrin
àṣẹ Èdùmàrè
àtòfàfọ ọkùnrin hábíyá àtòfàfọ obìnrin hábíyá tó àbàlá èso tó àbàlá èso àbàlá èso
àṣẹ bàbá.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wí ló máa rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wí ló máa rí bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wí ló máa rí bàbá o bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wí ló máa rí èyí ẹ wí o àárọ̀ mọ́ o bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wí ló máa rí. Ẹ pẹ́ bàbá mi àdúpẹ́. To our people, this is a blessing. This is the voice of our ancestors. We don't have it often and we don't have it like this. So we are very, very lucky. And it is because of the special person. When I call my Baba, I wish Agbaye to tell him that, Shema Raye, Baba ni, Mo Raye bo Enya Dada ni, Professor Adeboye. I want people to describe me like that. And when somebody of Awishe's caliber, Babawa, if we can describe somebody like that, Baba, I'm very, very grateful. Thank you, Baba. We will move on our program. Many people have come. Many people have sent some greetings through the chat. I have seen our great auntie, Miss Dosumua Wolowo. I saw her, and I've seen Professor Gbode. I've seen Professor don't be calling me. I've seen Professor Gbode, Auntie Taiwo Lijadu. I've seen a lot of important people here. I am very, very grateful that people are here. I am going to, before I call the next person on the program, I am going to read some of the important chat that came in briefly. The first one that came was from George Alade. He said, congratulations, Baba. Many happy returns. Happy birthday from Joke and Dele Alade. That is our Adajwagba. Thank you, Adon Akari. And you know, Dagba. Happy birthday to our beloved Professor Adenina Adeboye. We wish you many, many more years in good health and in sound mind. We thank you for all you have done. There are many that I'm going to read later. Please forgive me. I'm going to try and catch most of this chatting. But if I don't catch everybody, Baba will get it because we have this recorded and it will be sent to Baba. So I was talking about my young teacher of mathematics when I was trying to get through college at Bowie State University a couple of years ago. And I said it's the best teacher that I know. But when I was saying it, she looked at me like this. Then I said, okay. I said the best teacher after Baba Adeboye, Abi. So I'm going to call Bere Baba Tolani Arike Adeboye, who is going to tell us where Baba was coming from. She was not there, but she knows. So, Tolani, where are you?
I'm right here, Auntie.
Okay. Okay. I see you.
Tolani Arike Adeboye.
Yeah,
yes.
I saw it. I saw her name. Give me just a second. I'm the only engineer here.
Efumini coast right. Kimbani pin ojú ẹ̀ síta.
Okay, all right. Mo tiẹ̀ ti gbé but mo ṣì máa fún yín ní co-host náà so that I won't be okay. I'm going to give you co-host. Tolani, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Hello again, everyone. I was given a daunting task as part of today's celebration, which was to provide a short biography of Baba. So this is tricky for a couple of reasons. First of all, I haven't been here for the whole journey, just a part of it. But as many of you on the call know, Baba is a storyteller. So I have in my heart and in my memories stories of so much of his life. And so from that, I'm drawing today to share with you what I hope will be some of the key highlights, because the other challenge is to keep it short. Because for a life so well and richly lived, as I sat down to pull my thoughts together, I realized I could write a book just based on love and memories and recollections. But we're going to do it more briefly than that today. And of course, if I get anything factually wrong, that's a daughter's failing memory. But I hope I'm going to be right in the essentials and the spirit of my father. And I apologize in advance if I get emotional. Like my dad, I tend to do that as well. Baba was born in the center of the universe, Bogun, Nigeria, on November 14th, 1943, the eldest child of Mama Arike. From his earliest days and the stories I remember him telling us as children, he was a curious little rascal, interested so intently on the natural world around him and his place in it. He would delight and dazzle and maybe confound and frustrate the adults around him with all of his questions and wonderings. The little boy wanted to know, why is the moon following me? Does it follow other people? His parents were committed to providing opportunities for this eager learner. And in their wisdom, even as rooted as they were in our traditional culture, they sensed how society was shifting, and they sacrificed a great deal to make formal schooling possible. Baba enrolled in the African Church School in Bogun in January 1951. Paying the school fees required to keep him there required an enormous and ongoing labor of love on the part of his parents. And at least according to the stories I heard, occasionally some creative accounting in the cocoa business. But they managed this so that he would have opportunity in this world that was emerging around them. This enormous commitment from them bonded their already loving son ever more deeply to them into their memory, and made everything that my brothers and I enjoyed possible. And Baba, like so many of his generation, also took early responsibility for ensuring the family stability, with early mornings spent spelling bread on his head through the streets of Banga, which he testifies helped to contribute to those early math skills as he managed change in different currencies even before he entered school and as he continued into school. His academic success, which came early and was sustained, set a family standard, a new tradition for us that would be lovingly extended to his younger siblings, Dupe, Adeolu, and Akin. And I hope some of their children are on the call today. But even with all the family efforts to maintain the schooling, outside help was still needed. And I know many on the call will relate to its arrival in 1955 with the implementation of Chief Awolowo's Declaration of Free Primary Education throughout the Western region. This allowed my dad to finish primary school. And as someone who has studied a bit about development and a lot about education, I know from an academic perspective how important it is to ensure that education is not interrupted for students in developing countries and what the negative consequences can be when it is. And so this intervention in my dad's life that allowed the completion of primary school both resonates with me as someone who studies and enacts education policy, but also again on a personal note that ensured the continuity of his development in an academic sense. So with this critical policy intervention and great act of vision and leadership, Baba did finish primary school. And so now the story shifts from Bagan to Ibadan. I Googled it today to be sure. Google says it's only 33 miles between Baba's hometown and where he would develop into a man and a scholar in the halls of Government College Ibadan and the University of Ibadan. But that's a long distance, a long and tenuous journey for a country boy of limited means. But again, family support was his strong foundation, the unwavering belief of his parents, particularly his mother, and their commitment. That was his foundation, and he built upon that with his own love of learning, his commitment to excellence, and his boundless energy, which would mark his development. During his secondary school years, his love of mathematics emerged and deepened, and the possibilities of a career in math emerged. At UI, under the mentorship of Dr. Joshua Leslie and others, he completed a bachelor's of science degree in mathematics in 1967. And during these Ibadan years, both at Government College and at UI, he also developed many lasting friendships, and I know there's some folks on the call who know him from these years. And he and his peers were active participants in the emergence of a Nigerian state and its implications for the Yoruba identity. After graduation from UI, the theme of family commitment stays strong, because now a very young man has in his mind and in his heart and in his care a recently widowed mother and siblings to help support as he began to forge his own career. And he was ever mindful of his responsibilities to his family and kept them close to him. He applied his talents to teaching positions at University of Lagos and King's College Lagos, as well as working as a statistical officer for the Electrical Corporation of Nigeria and as a research fellow for the West African Exams Council. I always like to imagine my dad writing the exams that used to torment him and his friends as they developed in high school and what that might have felt like. It was during these postgraduate years in Lagos that Baba began to chart his next steps. As a young man full of energy and promise, but short on connections, he had to be creative and bold as he carved his own path. Somehow that path next landed him from Lagos to Brattleboro, Vermont, which always amazed me as a child. Like you're arriving in the United States from Nigeria and you find yourself in Vermont. What could that have possibly been like? What kind of culture shock is that? But he handled it because in Brattleboro, Vermont was where he was trained to be a teacher ambassador in a US public school. And landing in the United States brought him closer to the prospect of graduate study. And he had his eye on that prize. But before we get to Johns Hopkins, I just want to take a moment to note that it was during this year of teaching high school mathematics in Baltimore that I think my dad got his first opportunity of a deep personal experience of the African American reality, which, if I remember well, and this is what I took from the stories that he told, became an amazing awakening and opportunity to deepen his African, his Pan-African identity, his Black identity, because being a fundamental Yoruba man, he was now confronted with the lived reality of what the pains of the Middle Passage and colonialism had exacted on African people in another context. And in that, he found not something that was foreign or unrelatable, but an opportunity for deep empathy and deep identification about our shared destiny as Black people anywhere you find us in this world. Taking those lessons from this experience teaching in the public schools, seeing the realities of Black life in this country, he then moves on to the dream of graduate study at Johns Hopkins University, where he would eventually become the first Black man, the first Black person to be conferred with a PhD in mathematics. But I don't want to jump to that point because there's an important pit stop in the biography that we need to make. Now, some versions, there are different versions of this story. It was either December 1970 or January 1971, somewhere in the winter, where my dad's downstairs neighbor in his Baltimore row house and good friend threw a party. And at this party, this was like, you know, quite the event. African party in the 1970s. Everyone's there, probably great food. I can almost picture it as if I was there when I wasn't even in imagination yet. At this party, this fateful night, he caught the eye of a certain Barbara Jane Neverdon. And she claims that what caught her eye was that he was so Afrocentric, which always made me laugh because I was like, this is an African party in the 1970s. Everybody there was Afrocentric, Mom. Just say he was good looking. It's okay. But she and Daddy are always on message about what matters most. So it was that he was Afrocentric. That's the beginning of this 5 decades plus love affair and loving partnership that has created so much joy and contributed to so many lives.
Mm.
So there we are, Barbara and Naren together, and Dad weathering the storm at Johns Hopkins and figuring out how to make a place for himself in an environment that wasn't always welcome, but understanding that his strength of identity could carry him through. I want to take a quick pit stop at University of Maryland, College Park, where he took a year to rework an already flawless dissertation in advance of his completion of his doctorate. And while there, extended himself as he would, as becomes a theme over and over again, to graduate students, particularly Black graduate students that he encountered at University of Maryland, to build community and to build support. Because this is a critical theme in Baba's life about how he opens his arms and welcomes folks in and protects them and creates community. After finishing up at Johns Hopkins, he has some options to consider for his academic career. And obviously, He at this point had a young son, Nira, and one on the way in Ilesami, and a lot to consider in terms of family as well. But I think the pull of the opportunity to be integral to the development of Black children, Black young adults, could not be resisted, whatever the other options. And so Howard University it was, where he landed in 1974. I'm going to stop being so chronological now and just break off into two major themes that is my understanding of Dad's biography that I want to leave you with, and hit on a couple of things that support that, highlights from his career and his community work that fit that theme. One is that Black people should take self-directed control of our destiny, driven by excellence and access, in particular, to things that people might find difficult or shy away from. And mathematics is among that. Also, the preservation, the celebration, the continual upliftment of the Yoruba identity, couched in a greater Black identity in which Black people from all around the world recover and preserve our dignity, our traditions, our language, ourselves. So in the process of following on these two themes, I will note a couple of things. But before I get there, and because there's so many here today, I did forget something I wanted to say. In marrying Barbara, my dad didn't just marry a person, he married into a family.
Yes.
And he embraced that family as they have embraced him. And there are many folks from the Neverdon family on the call today. Thank you all for being here. My dad loved his father-in-law, my grandfather, James Neverdon, and his mother-in-law, Hattie Neverdon, so much. And in their own way, they became surrogate parents for a young man who was far from home. One of my favorite stories does involve his graduation from Johns Hopkins, where it was related to me in a very unusual ceremony, maybe unique to Johns Hopkins. When the PhDs are conferred, the university invited the parents of the degree recipients to stand up. And Hattie and James Neverdon stood proudly on that day in the recognition of their son-in-law's achievement. My aunties and uncles have been brothers and sisters to my dad, and he has been a brother to them and a true and loving uncle to so many nieces and nephews. And again, in our very family, the theme of that shared destiny of all Black people with the preservation of our traditions is alive in the melding of the Adeboye and Neverdon families.
Thank you. Well.
So I'll just close with a few highlights because I know Olaysami is going to have an opportunity to go deeper into who our father fundamentally is, but I don't want to not mention some major things. As a young professor, as a youngish professor at Howard University in the 1980s, he gave a series of talks around the theme mathematics as a civil right, to uplift the role that mathematics can play in helping a people to be free intellectually and shape a destiny that is under our own control and steam. He developed the mathematics placement exam in order to make sure that students entering in Howard would have an opportunity to actually succeed at mathematics, and that we could accommodate where people were when they arrived without standing back from standards and excellence. He spearheaded the development of the actual science program so that our students would have greater access to more career opportunities steeped in mathematics. He strengthened the graduate program in mathematics and never one to shy away from fundamentals and foundation. He actively engaged with partners like Dr. Durenda Hughes in engaging in K-12 math pedagogy research and strengthening it in our public schools, of which he's always been an incredible advocate. And on the other theme of the Yoruba identity nestled within the Black identity, I got to be with him on one of the founding nights of Egbe Ishokan Yoruba at the engineering school at Howard University in the mid-90s when I was still in high school. That was so important to him to help and with his colleagues and friends to build a community for the Yoruba people in America that blossomed in branches across the country and the world. And he continued his incredible commitment to that work through the Yoruba language school that ran for many years, in which he made sure to continue to uplift the preservation of the Yoruba language and culture. And finally, I'll note the founding of the Oduduwa Foundation and the recognition of the need to have a think space within our own community that would lift beyond politics and the ideas of the moment to think long-term about the preservation of our people and our advancement. These are just some of the few of the highlights from his life and work that I think characterize my father and what has mattered most to him and what has impacted so greatly so many people around him. Daddy, I love you very much. I marvel at your journey from a boy from rural Nigeria. So all of the lives that you have touched inspire me quite a bit, as I know you do others on the call. Happy birthday.
Mo ní ọmọ ò lè jọ bàbá ká máa bínú ọmọ alárìíkẹjọ bàbá ẹ̀ tí.
Fantastic tall. Woo.
Ọmọ ò lè jọ bàbá ká máa.
Fantastic tall.
Thank you.
Thanks, cousin Diane.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Tolani. You did great. I'm very proud of you. My son was saying that you are like daddy. You are like daddy. I want to take this opportunity to recognize Oriade. One of our traditional father is here, and that is Akinla of Erinjesha. When I can bring him out, I'm going to do that. Kábíyèsí o bàbá mi, kẹ́gbó kẹ́tọ́ ẹ ṣeun. So we are going to I'm going to go through this again. So that was the story. And she said she wasn't there from beginning. Oh, Tolani, you forgot about Famoriyo bread. Baba used to sell Famoriyo bread. Is it Famoriyo? What other bread? I think I got it right. Famoriyo.
It is Famoriyo.
So
I thought we said we wouldn't speak about Brass Sunday. Why bring up Famoriyo bread?
You finally said that word. Okay, you are in trouble. You are not going to get the citizenship of Gbongan anymore. Okay, Dr. Yefule, that's what we are going to do to you. Thank you for people who are just coming in. This is Yoruba Gbode, and we are celebrating our special human being, Baba Professor Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Dr. Baba Amoye Adeniran Adeboye, Baba gbogbo wa. I was telling you about the way I wrote my flyer and somebody was talking about me. Then it made me remember somebody. So I'm not going to be in trouble because I'm not going to mention him. I can say Baba is the father of everybody. Like somebody said, my husband is the father, is the husband for everybody. I didn't mention names, so I shouldn't be in trouble, right? Thank you so much, Tolani. So we have so many important things on the agenda. Tolani has talked about the bio of Baba, the beginning, and how Baba gets to where it gets to. I'm going to give the baton to Professor Ilesami Ishola Adeboye. We have heard about the bio, but he has been seeing everything. So he's going to tell us, who is Baba Adeniran Adeboye? You can talk about pocket money if you want. You won't be in trouble. You got the immunity today. So, Professor Ilesami, where are you?
I'm here.
You told me that you're going to be brief. It doesn't really matter. Even if you don't want to be brief, don't worry. You are covered today.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Okay, we can hear you, but my co-host, can you put him on the camera so we can see him? Okay. I'm going to try by myself.
Is there?
Okay. Is he on camera?
Yes.
I want you to spotlight him.
Yes, I've added him there. Is there?
Oh, okay. I don't know why I'm not seeing him. Okay, can everybody see Ilesami? Oh, okay.
No.
Yes.
All right. Ilesami, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much for the Yoruba Day organization for organizing this event. I really appreciate this opportunity to mark this special occasion. And in particular, I want to thank Auntie Shola very much for all the work you've done in bringing this event together. It's very much
Thanks
appreciated.
for your support.
My task here today is to say a few words about Adeniran Adeboye, the man. And that's all the more difficult by my choice to make a fatal error that is following in the footsteps of Tolani Adeboye, who's done such a fantastic job of telling us so much about where he's from, who he is. And it's so wonderful in so many ways to see how this confluence of the things about him agree and converge, like two rivers meeting and combining in terms of our memory of our father over the years. I mean, there's so much to say about him, more than any time frame could allow. But much of what I say will in many ways be a condensation of what you've heard. If you were to focus on words, when I think of my father, I think of family, Yoruba, diaspora, mathematics, and duty. And those are the words that come to my mind. As a young boy, about 8 or 10, somewhere around that age, I asked my father about what was our family traditions. You heard this from other sources. So what are our family traditions? And his response to me at that time was boldness, and to do what others don't, and to go against the grain, and to overcome obstacles. And for a boy at that age, this was a completely disappointing answer, because what I was looking for was, we eat pancakes on Sundays, or maybe we go to the beach in the summertime. At that point, this is where family traditions, which is the level of my comprehension. But of course, over the years, I've come to realize how profound his answer was, and to the degree in which he's embodied those values in his life. So my father has routinely gone against the grain. Now, fundamentally deep in Yoruba, he is also expansive in his Blackness, and has always located his love and respect and pride of his culture in the context of the greater diaspora. And this was, of course, solidified by his meeting with my mother, an African-American in Baltimore via Virginia, who had already herself traveled the world, including many parts of West Africa. And together they made the life they built together in the DC area sort of the center of the broader Afro-centric community at the time. Was a decision consciously made by the two of them, as you heard before. As a professor at Howard University, my father's mission was spreading the gospel of mathematics among the many students, be they American, Caribbean, or African, who came to study there. In addition to his regular teaching, where he taught with a passion, something that all of his children got to witness firsthand, because each and every one of us at some point in time sat in one of his classes, whether it be calculus or topology. Whether it was regular teaching or that series of that already aforementioned of the mathematics as a civil right, spreading this was an important thing to him. And it's also another aspect of his career at Howard was his spearheading the actuarial science program at Howard University. And so this was a way in which he channeled his efforts to use mathematics to help support many, many students enter a flourishing career. And that actuarial science program went for many years. And the products of that program are people who remain close to my family today. It's been said that, that there's three legs that sort of serve the stool that's the foundation of society. Society needs music for the soul, it needs athletics for the body, and it needs mathematics for the mind. My father's notion of mathematics is not just as a profession, but it is as shoring up one of the legs of the stool to support future Black progress for all of us. He sought a role for mathematics in the unfinished business of Black liberation. And his passion for mathematics, of course, was not just centered in his university, in his profession, in his work. It, of course, was something that he brought home. He took a passionate interest in the education of his children. Some of my earlier memories is that even lunch could be a math lesson. And when you show up for the kitchen, and his task, his job at that time was to make you a sandwich. But right there on that sandwich, with that knife, he's already cutting and telling you that half of a half is a quarter. So you're going to get a fraction lesson before you ate. And from the very beginning, inculcating mathematics and mathematical education throughout our lives was an important aspect of our childhood. As mentioned before, my father is deeply passionate about all the different levels of the diaspora, from Yoruba to the Yoruba diaspora to the Black diaspora. He's passionate about Yoruba culture in Nigeria and Yoruba culture where you find in other places. Yoruba culture in Brazil, Yoruba culture in Cuba. And nothing tickled him more than to find out that my Sierra Leonean wife goes by the name of Fumalaya. So the impact of Yoruba is worldwide, and it tangles into the impact of the broader Black diaspora. So my father, to sum up, is a man of specific passions and a man who's always been willing to go against the grain, to take bold steps to pursue the goals that he was after. As you mentioned before, when he entered Johns Hopkins University to later become the first Black to earn a PhD in mathematics there, it was a hostile environment. It was the supportive family that got him through, as well as his own dogged determination. And when it was time to raise children, he raised children with his own dedication to their development. And where my sister and I can stand before you today is a testament to that as well. And thank you so much. So I want to thank my father so much. From my sister Tolani, my older brother Adenira, who is no longer with us, and from myself as well. We're all products of the legacy, the passion, and the courage of my father. He's given so much to so many, And we're glad to have the opportunity to let him know. So thank you very much. And thank you all very much for being
here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Omo Baba, Ilesanmi, Ishola, Omo Adeboye. Thank you. Thank you so much. A kì í bímọ nísọ̀ ewúrẹ́ kó lọ sí ìsọ̀ àgùntàn, which means apple does not fall far away from the tree. Well, don't start asking whether ewúrẹ́ is apple or something like that. That is the way Yoruba will translate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ilesanmi, and thank you for everything that you did by working with me and Baba Oyefule to make this happen. Thank you so much. We're going to go to the next program. I would like to recognize everybody is important, but some of our Yoruba leaders are here. My Egbon is here. Professor Gbade, Professor Olusegun Gbade. I'm trying to see if I can. Egbon, when you get a chance, please can you give us the video so we can see you? I also saw Yeye Tokunbo Dosumu Awolowo. Okay, please, if it is possible, let's see you on camera. And also, my Baba is here, Kábíyèsí Adé la fi mọ ọba, ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ la fi mọ ìjòyè. Kábíyèsí the Akinla of Erinjesha. I saw him and I saw but co-host aṣojú olóòtú.
I've added Kábíyèsí and I've added Gbade Geshins.
Okay, ẹ bá mi show Baba Kábíyèsí ká lè kí wọn.
Mo ti show wọn, bóyá ẹ̀yin lẹ rí, ṣé gbogbo ilé rí Kábíyèsí?
Wọ́n ní kẹ́ pin wọn so that
mo ti pin wọn.
Èmi náà ti rí wọn.
Ẹ pin wọn.
Ẹ dákun ẹ bá mi kí Kábíyèsí o.
Kábíyèsí o.
Kẹ́pẹ́ fún wa. Baba, before we go ahead, you've been a Baba for long time, and we really appreciate your support. Several times you have had the opportunity to be with us when Baba was leading us for one thing or the other. So this is an opportunity, Kábíyèsí Kádépẹ́ lórí, kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, for you to say something about Baba or to Baba. Kẹ́pẹ́.
Ẹ ṣeun o, mo bàbá lórí ètò yìí lórí Yorùbá Gbòde. Tí ìbá ṣe Yorùbá Gbòde kò sí bí mo sì lè mọ bàbá. So mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n tẹ́ gbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀, torí pé tí ìbá ṣe ètò tẹ́ gbé kalẹ̀ ó likely ká má tẹ̀lé pàdé ara wa. Ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tí mo ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wá sí orí ètò yìí, ó ti ń gbádùn bàbá lọ́pọ̀. Nǹkan tó yà mí lẹ́nu bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ó rí pé ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n ni bàbá, àwọn òǹkàwé ni, wọ́n tún jẹ́ oníṣirò owó. Ó wá yà mí lẹ́nu bí wọ́n ṣe sì lè ní ìfẹ́ sí àṣà Yorùbá tí wọ́n gbàgbé. Nítorí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ gan tí wọ́n ti ẹ̀kọ́ ilé tí wọ́n wà ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà, wọ́n bá ti lọ skul díẹ̀, ó ti gbàgbé gbogbo àṣà wa. Ó jẹ́ nǹkan tí ó yà mí lẹ́nu púpọ̀. So èmi rí pé ẹ̀bùn ńlá ni bàbá jẹ́ fún àwa ọmọ Yorùbá. mo ṣì ń kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lọ́dọ̀ wọn gbogbo bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ ní kíkí ó fakọyọ. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Elédùmarè tó dá wọn sí dọjọ́ ẹ̀ní. 80 is not a small number. Ẹ bá kà látòrí 1, 2, 3. The 80 is only by the grace of God. Professor Adeniran Adeboye, mo kí yín kú oríire wípé Ọlọ́run dá yín sí láti rí ọjọ́ ẹ̀ní. Mo sì mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run tó dá yín sí láti rí ọjọ́ ẹ̀ní á mú yín rí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọjọ́ ju ọjọ́ ẹ̀ní lọ.
Àmín.
Mo fẹ́ kí yín kú happy birthday. Ẹ kú oríire. Ẹ pẹ́ bí pẹpẹ tí ń pẹ́nu gbó. Ẹ ti ń jẹun ọmọ nítorí mo ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lísìn sí ọmọ yín kan tó sọ̀rọ̀ ń sìn. Ẹ rí pé ìyẹn ti di òyìnbó tán, èdè òyìnbó ló ń sọ. Agídí mi rò pé ìyẹn tún lè gbọ́ Yorùbá. Ẹ tún jẹun ọmọ pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́. Oúnjẹ ọmọ òdẹ ní kan lẹ́nu yín. Àní ẹ pẹ́sẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣe ti bẹ́yìí a máa wà mẹ́rin gbà tẹ́ bá ṣe 90.
Àṣẹ.
Ọlọ́run bá ti dá bíbọ̀ ẹ̀ sẹ́yìn a máa wà mẹ́rin gbà tẹ́ bá ṣe 100. Kò ní pa yín ní kíákíá torí pé mo mọ̀ pé àná lẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé. Bàbá ọmọdé ní yín yẹn ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé ni. Pé lọ́gọ́jì láti bá ọkùnrin ẹyẹ lórí ìtẹ́. Ẹ pẹ́ fún wa. Kí wọ́n á dùn bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ tẹ̀ ń kọ́ wa so that àwa ọmọ tá ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn àní gbàgbé Ọlọ́run Elédùmarè wà pẹ̀lú yín.
Àṣẹ. Thank you, Babawa Akinla Oferinjesha. Thank you so much. I'm very, very grateful. Yeah, we told people in the beginning that we should speak English because we have a vast majority of our people from the African American that they don't speak Yoruba. So that was probably why you hear our children too. Lesami, Arike, that everybody is speaking English. But by tradition, let me tell you also, everybody, Kabiyesi does not have to speak English. Even though Kabiyesi is an engineer by profession, is one of the greatest professionals that we have among our Oba. But by tradition, Kabiyesi does not does not have to speak English. So I'm very, very grateful. So Kabiyesi was praising Baba Adeboye, and he said it's amazing that despite all his mathematics that we cannot even weigh, we can't weigh it in any scale, on any scale. It's amazing that Baba Adeboye does not forget any of our culture. He's always proud of our culture and history, and that Baba Adeboye is a rare gift to our race. Thank you. So we are going to move forward. I was trying to look for other people I saw. Maybe I will see them later. But in order to save our fast running time, I am going to, let me also introduce, Auntie Taiwo, you will talk later, but I just want to welcome you. This is our Yeye Taiwo Lijadu. Yeye Taiwo Lijadu, when we were growing up, she was the main musical voice, not only in Yoruba land, but in the whole of Nigeria. Yeye Lijadu was one of those musicians that would do everything to just have a handshake with her in those in Nigeria. So I'm very happy that she's here, and ẹ bá mi focus Yèyé Elijadu.
Mi tẹ morúkọ tán fi wọlé ni.
Àwọn lo Galaxy A325G. Galaxy A325G ni wọ́n fi wọlé. Anyway. Okay. Okay.
Okay, tí n bá ti rí màá láì tí wọ́n sìn.
Okay, èmi ti rí wọn. Èmi ti rí wọn. That is Yèyé Elijadu. Thank you, and we're happy that you are able to join us. When we get to tribute, I'm going to... Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we are going to move forward. Our time is really, really running, and we have to run with the time. I'm going to call Dókítà Olopolo. We call him Dókítà Olopolo. Opolo in Yoruba land means brain. And the reason why we call him Dókítà Olopolo is because he's they with people's brain, the mental. That is his job. But he wants so much to be Omagbenga. I don't know what we are going to do about that. So he's going to talk to us for about 5 minutes about this important topic so we can learn. And the topic is, what is our mission in the diaspora? When we are here, we find ourselves here. What are we supposed to do? Dr. Oyefule, you are on, sir.
Thank you very much, Olotu. Well, I can assure you, this may be a little bit on the boring side compared to the great work that my two children have done, the two Adeboyes. Because anything that today that does not really focus on Baba directly, it's just a second-class job. So I'm going to take that second-class job by talking about another aspect of Baba, that is Baba and the diaspora. Now, you know, we're all here. There are 3 ways we could have come in into the Americas. Actually, 4 ways. Some said there was a Mali ancient Kemet migration to the New World, into the Americas many years ago. And the second way we could have been here is through the transatlantic trade, the evil trade. And the third way we could have been here is through, by coming in long time ago, probably in the 50s, more so in the 60s, and definitely by the 70s, the flood gate had been opened, that is coming in as students. And, you know, many students, many Yoruba students pursued educational opportunities in the New World. And those who finished either went back home or stayed on as professionals, which is where people like Baba and myself fall in. Baba came in the 60s, I came in 71. So we are part of that crowd that this is better, the next statement is better said in Yoruba than in English. Wọ́n ní bí iwájú ò bá ṣe lọ, ẹ̀yìn á ṣe padà sí. In other words, we all want to go back home, but the political situation in Nigeria has prevented a whole lot of us from going back home. So, and of course, the last set of people who perform into the diaspora are those who came here because for precisely the same reason we cannot go back home. Those who are economic refugees, people, well, the economy of the country is so terrible, so bad, that people are in Lagos, they call it japa or japa, that is you get out. But hopefully we pray to God Almighty, to all the allies, that the new dispensation that has occurred so far, starting from May this year, will help improve the situation back home so that less people will japa. Those who have gone out will go back, and those of us who've been here for a long, long time will be able to go back. Basically, I mentioned the students, the professionals. We must not also forget the diaspora entrepreneurs, and those ones come in and out because they are entrepreneurs. They're here purposely to look for the opportunities that exist in this country. And don't let's forget the diplomats and the expatriates. There once a time were asylum seekers, but that's not really much from Yoruba land. You'll find asylum seekers from other parts of West Africa. And now also, don't let us forget the second and third generation children who are born here, and their children, they're still part of the diaspora. And now, what can be done about the diaspora? What can be done? Two things. While they're here, to make their life easier by providing things like community support, the legal ones, the lawyers among us, to help them with the legal assistance if they need any legal help. And of course, don't let us forget the network and job opportunities some of us can provide to others. People talk about the cultural integration. I seriously doubt if that applies very much to Yorubas here. Those who are born here, second generation, third generation, obviously have been acculturated. But I still will find it almost impossible for Baba Gbongan to develop an American accent and live the American way of life. It's going to be really difficult. Once you're a Yoruba man, you're always a Yoruba man. There's something unique about us that that makes us very proud of who we are, and the need to exchange who we are something else is slightly difficult. I'm yet to really see that. But if the home front gets better, the financial situation, the economic situation, the political situation back home becomes more stable. I assure you, a whole lot of us, especially in our retirement years, will have the push to go back home. And some of us have, Baba, for instance, has made plans, and I can't speak for Baba Adeboye without his authorization. He has ongoing plans to give back to the Yoruba community what he has taken out when he left there in 1968. That is the education he gathered there and the one he had perfected here in the United States. The need is there for him to go back and contribute and to the Yoruba society in back home in Yoruba land. And I'm sure the same thing, the same mindset, same thought is there with each and every one of us who feel that we have something to contribute. So my 5 minutes, I think it's up. I think I did use 6 minutes, so hello to you. Thank you very much. It's
Thank you, thank you
which
so much.
Thank you, sir. You mean I can continue to talk?
Oh.
Hello to you. I have 7 more minutes to go.
7 more minutes.
I'm done.
I was about to send you
You
to
didn't
a
answer me
room.
in time. I thought you
I
were
was
authorizing
about
me
to
to
send
go
you
on.
to a room. Thank you. Thank
And
you.
last but not the least, but please allow me to congratulate you on your 80th birthday. You are an icon to all of us, icon of intelligence, icon of humility. And that's the greatest strength God Almighty, Eledumare Almighty, can imbue into an individual. So you have the intellect and you have the humility that goes along with the creation of a great man. So I'm not going to call you Brother Sunday anymore. I'm going to call you.
Okay.
I'm going to call you Egmomi the great man.
Okay, now, Baba Deboye, are we going to reinstate his citizenship or take it away right now?
Application will be denied.
Denied? Okay, well, all right. Thank you, Dr. Olopolo Amoye Yoruba Gbode. Thank you so much. We are going to allow Mama to talk, because talking about somebody who know Baba Adeboye, that is Mama Barbara Adeboye. I was looking at a picture of when Baba was, very young. I think that picture was immediately after their marriage. And I look at Baba and I'm like, somebody who feed another person's child from this level to that level deserve to be congratulated. And that is Mama Barbara Adeboye. So, Mama, you have the floor, ma. Talo mute, Mama. Who does that? I'm coming. Okay. I'm coming. You are still muted, Mama.
Can I hear you?
Yes.
Now you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yes. Excellent. And here's what I said. I'm going to now give all of you the salvation that you need and give you the time to go back to the task that you have initiated to reach out and uplift this cultural diaspora, and to thank you immensely for the presentations to honor this guy who is sitting next to me for 55 years.
Your brother.
And to realize it's only begun because our tasks are weighted. And that's where we're oriented to do.
Don't forget, he's your brother.
Oh!
Yeah, they look alike.
It was a mistake.
Yeah.
You have not forgotten that.
No, I haven't.
No, you have not forgotten that. And I please ask you to forgive us. I'm going to disengage us and to allow him to continue along with the support of the communities that I have witnessed and watch what you do. I'm going to give you that time to continue that process. There are no words. There are no words. Action. And that's how we met. And that's how we became committed to continue to live. Action. And that's who you are. And I thank you so very, very much. The plethora of guests who came is tremendous. You're there. You're representative of so much of the beliefs that this gentleman holds that I can't tell you that I have been enamored of every step of the way. Thank you. And I release you to continue to work. Work.
Thank you.
Work. Action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we will go to Baba, but not, it's not, we're not there yet. So
work.
Can I continue, Mama, or you are still speaking?
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have a lot of people who want to pay tribute to Baba. I don't know how I'm going to do it, so it won't be like I'm partial, right? So, okay. I have my Egbon, Professor Gbode, are you here, sir? He was here, but yeah, he said he has to step out for something and I will be back. Okay. I am going to call somebody, anybody that was that has been delegated by Odua Foundation. Baba is the chairman for this honorable great society, Odua Foundation. Baba has been leading the Odua Foundation for some time now. I remember one time when we were doing a like a conference, Zoom meeting, when we invited many of us in front of Alaafin for your late Obadeyemi. Baba couldn't hold back his tears. Why? Because Baba loved Yoruba race so much. He has worked, and anything that you want to tell Baba, as long as you put Yoruba people there, you get him. So so on that occasion, Baba couldn't help it. Baba just burst into tears that, why are Yoruba people where we are? What can we do? And that has always been the song that he sang for over 30 years that I know Baba. So I'm going to call representative of, you know what? I think what I'm going to do is I will call the people that I see from Odua Foundation that I can recognize. So let me call Baba Tenabe to pay his tribute, to say something about Baba Adeniran Adeboye.
Mute, sir.
I'm muted. Yeah.
Okay. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, a ti ń gbọ́ yín, sir.
Yeah. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín, ìyáàfin Awónilọ́mọ àbí yèyé àfin àti gbogbo àwọn tó kó ètò ìjọ. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín, a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Olódùmarè tó dẹ̀mí ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Adéníran Adébóyè tó dẹ̀mí ẹ̀ sí dọjọ́ òní. We thank God for his life, and we thank God for him to be a good leader that he has been all these years. I came to know him a few years ago as the leader of Amoye Yoruba, Ishokan, and also Amoye Yoruba to Baltimore. And then I came to know him further as the leader of Oòduà Foundation, a think tank tó ń wo bí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ṣe máa rí, bó ṣe máa dá sí, tó ń jẹ wá lógún, gbogbo ẹ̀ ní Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Amoye Adéníran Adébóyè tó gbé lórí. Everything that has been said about him is correct, but there's one thing that we forgot to mention, that he also is one of the best and the brave warrior in Yoruba land.
Yes, yes.
Who managed to win every Yoruba nation in Nigeria and the diaspora to make them become a member of Magan Empire. Láì ta ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹnikẹ́ni sílẹ̀. And he did it single-handedly. Adẹ̀dúpẹ́ pé láti mọ́ra, àti dọ̀rẹ́, àti di ẹbí, Ọlọ́run tó ti jẹ́ ká mọ́ra wa kò ní jẹ́ ayára wa.
Àmín.
We thank his very, very close friend who just spoke, that she gave him the chance to be with us, to serve us, and to keep on working. And don't forget that he just created what we call Ibudo Amoye. That Ibudo Amoye is just where to train young people to learn and to become the best that they could be, not only in the US, but also to be in Nigeria. So today, I ask every one of us to thank Professor Adeboye for what he has done, and always remind us that irọ́ ni wọ́n ń pa, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Irọ́ ni wọ́n ń ṣe, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Àtẹ́wọ́ làbàlà, a ò mẹ́ni tó kọ́. Irọ́ ni wọ́n ń pa, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Thank you.
A tún wá ń sọ wípé ká múra kó lè, Yorùbá ò gbọ́dọ̀ parun. Ká múra kó lè, Yorùbá ò gbọ́dọ̀ parun. Àwọn òṣèlú sọ wá nù, ẹ wo bí wọ́n gbé wá dé. Ká múra kó lè, Yorùbá ò gbọ́dọ̀ parun. Ẹ ṣeun. Thank you so much. I want to recognize somebody very, very important that has been in our gathering since we started this program today. She is the councilwoman for Tennessee. I'm proud to say that because she's my sister, then she became Baba Adeboye's sister too. Honorable Zulfat Suara, I'm trying to please.
Is it Zainab?
Zainab, yes.
Yes.
Honorable Zulfat Suara.
Please unmute, ma.
Honorable Zulfat Suara.
She's already added. She's already pinned there.
Okay. I can't see her. I don't know why you will see somebody and I don't see that person.
There we go.
Okay,
Hello.
okay.
Yes,
okay, this is Honorable Zulfa Suara. I said because Baba's she became Baba's or sister. So
sister Boo.
So this is an opportunity for you. Silifa to Yodagba. That is only Baba for so far.
Hello, Leo. Yes. Good evening, everyone. It's a great pleasure to join you. I'm excited to be here. I'm humbled. I'm honored. When I think about Baba Adeboye, two quotes comes to mind. One is by Maxwell that says, "A leader is somebody that knows the way, lead the way, and then shows the way." Some leaders knows the way, but they don't know how to show it or how to lead it. Some will only show, but they will not lead. Baba is someone that is a genius in our midst. He knows what we ought to do, but not only that, he shows it in all of his actions. He shows us through his action. It's not just his speech, but it's also the way he does things. A lot of people will do as I say, Baba is always as I do in everything that he does. And more than anything, he leads the way, showing all of us. I've been very blessed in my life personally to know him. He's blessed myself and my family in so many ways. Baba was instrumental to our oldest daughter going to Howard. And that child now has a PhD in psychology and is helping other people. And so Baba did not just help people, his own kids. I think one of his children alluded to it. I cannot talk about how many doctors and professors that is turned up in other people's children. And one of them is mine. And so I'm forever grateful to him. Baba is very humble. And what I love about Baba the most is this. It's a very rare attribute. I know a lot of elders, maybe not even elders, a lot of people that are very petty, where if you don't call them all the time, the first time that you call them, they will talk about how, oh, now you're calling me. Baba has never done that to me or to anyone that I know. I owe him so much call. He's someone that I'm supposed to be in contact with every day for all that he's done for me and for a lot of people that I know, but I don't. But anytime that I get in touch with him or Miss Barbara, it could be months after, years after, it almost seems as if I just talked to him yesterday. That's a very rare quality of someone that does a lot and does it without looking for anything in return, but just does it because of who he is. The quote I'm going to leave you lastly with is one by Pericles that says, "What you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others." Baba has touched a lot of us. Baba has helped a lot of us. Baba has left a legacy that is worthy of emulation. And all I can think about myself and my children is that I hope that my time here and what I've been doing is even, like his sons talk about fraction, I hope it's even a quarter of what Baba has done for a lot of people. And when I'm talking about my story, it's not an exception. When I'm talking about my story, is not unusual. It's the story of thousands and thousands of people in this country, in this world, regardless of in different countries, different continents, that Baba has touched with his generosity, with his kindness, with his influence. And today I want to join everyone. Zainab is here, the child that I was talking about. Come on, camera. Come say happy birthday to Baba.
Happy birthday.
And so from all of us, we say happy birthday, Baba. Baba, thank you so very much. And we wish you so many more years. And thank you for your impact in all of our life. Happy birthday, Baba. And Miss Barbara.
Yes.
Love you too. You look so beautiful.
Congratulations.
I love the outfit, yeah. Thank you for taking care of Baba. Look, for anyone that knows Baba, it's a combo. right? You get Baba, you get Yeye. That's how it always goes. And thank you for being that silent partner that always has his back, that takes all of us, his adopted children, and treat us like yours. And so I wanted to thank the both of you. We love you, and we're very grateful, and we wish you the very, 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 very best. Happy
It
birthday.
will come. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My God, you're too loved.
Olótù.
Lotu, you are muted.
I'm going to call engineer our other Amoye so that please, when let's make it brief. It was okay. Honorable Zulfa Swara has not talked to Baba in a while, so it's an opportunity. Okay. No charge today, but next time there'll be a charge. Thank you. I'm going to call Baba Engineer Bankole Oyetunde Thomas. Baba Logbomosho.
Lotu, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lotu. I feel very honored and humbled to be here on the same platform with Baba Adeboye. I remember when you first invited me to be an Amoye, I thought about how in the world would you expect me to sit with Baba? I mean, talk about his wealth of experience, his experience in history, his experience in politics, in Yoruba culture, his wisdom. I mean, I have nothing to show besides all these things. I said, well, I'll go there and learn. And I thank God I accepted that offer. And I'm still learning from Baba. Baba, thank you very much. You've been a source of inspiration to many of us here. I mean, but for you, this Yoruba Gbode will have maybe gone another way. But yes, I'm glad that you are here to hold, to be steady, to make us steady in our ways, in the cause that we are charting. You have done a lot for Yoruba race. You have done a lot. I mean, when Balfour made his declaration, nobody knew it was going to come to what it is. And I know you have a dream for Yoruba culture, for Yoruba race. And I'm sure that that dream will come to realization, I am sure. People like you, people like other Yoruba leaders who have been taking us through this voyage, we really respect you. We know what you are going through. We know that you are not happy that Yoruba land is what it is today, because from time to time, we see it in your lamentations when you cry out about how it used to be. I mean, somebody like me, I know some part of it. I know some part of the, Yoruba history. I know when Yoruba had glory in those days. The glory is lost. So there is no Yoruba man of your age that will be happy to see Yoruba in the situation that we are today. But I know that with your hard work, with what you are doing, with others around you, there will be an emancipation of Yoruba land. Baba, I'm really, really happy to be able to sit beside you every Sunday on this program. You've taught me a lot. I've learned a lot from you about politics, about history, and everything. Thank you very much. And I thank Yeye Barbara also for being the strong person behind Baba, because without you, Baba probably won't be what he is today. I thank you so much. And I thank God for giving you all those kids that he has given you. Baba, congratulations. Ẹ ṣe púpọ̀ ọdún láyé o.
Àṣẹ.
Ìgbà ọdún kan. Ẹ ṣe olótù. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Otumba Oseni. Please, let me know any other person. I'm calling the people that raise up their hands and the people that I know.
Olótù, You said you will call Sister Lijadu.
Okay. Yeah. Auntie Taiwo.
Yes.
Okay, you are on. You can say something, Auntie Taiwo. Yes.
Baba, congratulations on your birthday, Baba.
Oh, wow.
It's been a pleasure, a privilege, and an honor to meet you. On several occasions that you have spoken on many subjects, I had listened. I am not an academician, but I come from that. One of the most important things that touched me about you is your eclecticism. You are so eclectic. When you touch on each subject that you talk about, you go to the core of those subjects. You touch my heart, you touch my soul, you touch my spirit, and you touch my psyche. And you take me back to my root. That root is my mother, the late Mrs. Efuyemi Lijadu, who made the Lijadu system. I've listened to your sons and daughters talk about you. I'm so touched. I repeat again, it's been a pleasure, a privilege to meet you, to sit with you on this forum. One of the main reasons that I love you so much is that of you being a Yoruba man to the core, to the very core of being a Yoruba man. I am Yoruba. I am glad that our mom told us years, very many years ago. We must have been in our 30s. She said, "Can you Taiwo eja fun Yoruba?" We've been talking about Yoruba.
Yes. Thank you.
One song that we did for Nigeria, I'm going to change the middle of it today, and I had done. That song is Orere Elejibo, where we sang Iya Maige, Baba Maige, Iya Maige, Baba Maige, Iya Maige, Baba Maige, Iya Maige, Baba Maige. Baba me, thank you for what you are doing. And I will sing it like this. Iya Eba Wage, Baba Eba Wa Pin, Ẹgbẹ́ mi ẹ jẹ́ káyà pa kúrò ní Naija, káyà pa kúrò ní Nàìjíríà o. Níbo la mi lọ Odùduwà là ń ní, Odùduwà là ń ní, Yorùbá nation la fẹ́ lọ o. You didn't say that. You all didn't say that, but I am saying that. And Baba, you are sitting with us today. Your spirit, your soul, your psyche, your everything is Yoruba, and I love you. Congratulations, Baba me. Happy birthday to you, sir.
Oh, thank you very much.
Àǹtí mi Táyé lolú èjì rẹ̀, ará ọba máa gbọ́n, ọmọ koro wá. Ìyá mi Àṣàkẹ́, thank you so much. Ohun yín ò ní bàjẹ́. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you.
Okay.
To call.
Baba Hosseini, yes. You're on the list for the tribute. Yes, Baba Hosseini.
Let me start by saying Guten Abend, Ekale, Ekaro, Ekason. It's going to be a little bit difficult for me tonight. I will have really loved to speak in Yoruba, because as one other professor said, my English might not be the best. Normally we should be speaking scientifically, because the mathematical science, I got P when I was doing it. So every time I come across people that got to professor level, I say, wow, but one thing I picked up ever since I've been on Yoruba Gbode, I think I met a couple of people here, and I don't want to start patronizing anybody. The truth of the matter is, I saw so many things lined up for me, even at 76. I look at where was these men when at my age, what they have achieved, and so on and so forth. Professor Adeniro Adeboye, I am humbled, I'm honored, I'm I feel privileged. I'm very happy. Because I also remember when I was trying to celebrate my own little age compared to yours. Yeah, maybe 4 years is a long time. You know, these are the things you cannot buy from any nearby shop. So you've been an inspiration, so also as some other Amoyes and other members of this forum. Sir, I think one gift we have not really properly addressed that you are given is that of the person behind you. If I've had that, maybe probably I would have turned, things around. So I want to appreciate Lady Barbara. I want to appreciate you. You've done very well because he said anywhere behind all successful man. I can imagine if you have not been there the last 55 years, yes, you will have admitted again. So I want to appreciate you. Now, what else can I say? Nobody can know Baba Professor Dr. Chief Adeboye than the children. And they've said it all. They've told us most of what we don't even know. And that's Muorimi makes me very happy to know that Omoriri can only come from Babariri. But unfortunately, some of us who do not have children of this same status does not mean we are not Babariri. But that's how combination of luck, how destiny, how things play out. On behalf of my friends and family, well, I'm not a spokesperson for Yoruba campaigners, but at least whatever I say here is going to go down, it's going to be recorded, and people can play back and say, one or two Malabodi spoke at the 88th birthday of Professor Adeniro Adeboye. And I want to say, you are really a great Yoruba man. You have shown us that the love, these are things that I learned from our law. Leadership, sometimes you cannot just, you have to acquire it. You need to work for it. You need to get it. It's not something you can just go to a nearest shop and say, I want leadership for just about $100 and so on. You have worked for everything. From all what I had here tonight, you have been working ever since you are growing up. Some of us tried, not that we failed, but we never make it up to the point where you are today. And I want to appreciate that also. So I want to appreciate the children and everybody sitting on this platform tonight. It's a great pleasure. It's a good thing to be among some of this caliber, because these are things you cannot buy. Like I said, he has earned it. He's an icon. He's a thoroughbred leader, a leader who shows that I don't want to be leader, just any leader, because an average black or Nigerian, Yoruba in particular, they just want to be leader. Like one madam said, is wanting to be a leader. There's another thing to display, to show that you genuinely, you know what you are doing. Unfortunately, we only have, maybe when our was around, it's only a person that's well nuanced in what business of politics, business of law, how to read and write. We have not had anybody that occupies such an enviable position. And I hope it's not too late, that you still have a lot to contribute to development and the progress of Yoruba. I want to wish you well. I want to appreciate you. And I hope by the time we are going to celebrate your 90th birthday, we're still going to be around. Inshallah. pé máa dá àná sí ẹgbẹ́ fún wa ọjọ́ yẹn alẹ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ sì dá ẹ̀tún dàgbàdàgbà sí kí gbogbo lé o. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank you very much.
thank you so very much. I plan to be throwing in Baba's cliche, Baba's common words. Ẹ jẹ́ kí a ti bi pẹlẹbẹ mú ọ̀lẹ̀ jẹ kó lè bá a dùn. Thank you so much. So I'm going to move forward and call other. I wanted to make Baba the Egunla ti Kaingbale, and during that time, Baba will tell us his favorite memory, and then he will thank us, and then we will say Odabo. But right now, if I don't let people want to say something about Baba, if I don't allow them to talk, if I'm calling people,
they may be, let's see.
Shem Gbami.
Angbo.
Yes.
I want to make sure that everybody is hearing me. So
yes, we can hear you.
Hello, Auntie Shola.
I saw Dr. Gbode Geshi. I'm not.
This is Alasami.
Okay, Alasami, yes.
Yes, I think my aunt Gail Edmonds would like to chance to have a few words.
Okay. Which name did she use?
It's Gail.
Gail Edmonds.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, LA. And so I am Gail, one of Barbara's sisters. And of course, by that, I'm also Niren's sister. And we don't want to miss this opportunity from the Neverdon family because it's such a privilege and a blessing to hear all these marvelous tributes to my brother Niren, to say happy birthday to you, Niren. Thank you for being such a great big brother to us. You have blessed us in so many ways we cannot even begin to express them. You have been the consummate loving brother to all of us. And so I want to take a chance, this opportunity on behalf of every member of the Neverdon family who was able to join today and those who were not, to say we love you. Many, many more years of blessings to you and Barbara. And I couldn't be more proud of the fruit that you two have borne in the presence of Ptolemy and Elasami's words today. I mean, they make my heart just so full. And so there's not much more that we can say. We love them, we love you, and thank all of you for taking this time to really celebrate my brother, Niren. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
And Joseph is here.
Thank you, Joseph.
Also.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. I'm looking at Tenabe.
Oh, watch it.
Okay.
She's gonna call me out.
That's why she didn't want to call me, right?
No, I didn't. Well, I called Baba Tenabe, so I thought he was speaking for both of you.
Oh no.
Nígbà tí mo ní ẹnu tí mo sì jókòó tí wọ́n gbọ̀ngbọ̀ngbọ̀n báyìí.
No.
Yes, we always do that. But in this instant, we're going to be individuals, right? Yeah. Joined and individual. It's really, really, really a blessing to know the Adeboye family. That's the angle I'm gonna go. Because we are indebted to both of them. And I want to thank the professor for allowing us to know his wife, who I call sister. Yes. I guess by extension, I'll call you brother, bro.
Yeah. I'm his sister.
But seriously, we've been blessed to have our chairman of. Oh, my husband saying I didn't call you right. Chairman. Chairman of Oduduwa Foundation. I have to speak. I think everything is being covered. However, the greatness of a person is not really in who he is, but who he professes to others who he is. And he's so great that indeed in his deeds that you cannot miss him in your journey of life. I know there have been difficulties in life. We felt that both of them, I can always pick up a phone, call my sister, call him, and we can talk and discuss all these Yoruba issues. One thing I want to leave with you all, he is Ojulowo Omo Yoruba.
He got that award already.
Huh?
He got the award of Ojulowo Omo Yoruba already.
Where?
Thank you.
Where? This is more important. This is more important. This is from Oduduwa Foundation.
Oh, okay.
Let me speak, my dear sister.
Okay, go ahead.
This is from Oduduwa Foundation. And I want everybody to understand that Oduduwa Foundation is a little bit different from other Egbes because it's a group of think tanks that he leads. And we've been so blessed for he's been there, his leadership, his vision. Oni mo fi pè ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, wọ́n ní Olú ọmọ ni ẹni yẹn. I'm sorry, I have to say Yoruba. I don't know how else to say it in English to mean the same thing. Olú ọmọ, màá wá lọ sí Ẹ̀gbá. Tí wọ́n bá ń ṣe orò, tó ń ṣe orò Agẹmọ, ni wọ́n máa ń kọ orin yẹn níbẹ̀. Because Dr. Adeboye is a Yoruba to core. He believes in Yoruba culture.
Yes.
And he practices it. Then they will say this, ní Ẹ̀gbálé, wọ́n ní Olúrè bá ń gbólú ọmọ. Olúrè bá ń gbólú ọmọ. Olú ọmọ máa ń dá mi lọ́rùn. Olúrè bá mi gbólú ọmọ. Olú ọmọ máa ń dá mi lọ́rùn. Olúrè bá ń gbólú ọmọ. Ní Ẹ̀gbá, tán bá pèèyàn ní Olú ọmọ, ẹni yẹn nǹkan gidi gbáà ni. Ìdí tí mo dẹ̀ fi sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wípé bí baálé mi ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, ta ni ẹ̀yin rí tí ò jagun tí ò ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ tó sì kó gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá sí gbọ̀ngàn empire? Ẹ rí wípé nǹkan ńlá. All of us, gbogbo gbọ̀ngàn ní láti yọ̀ nítorí pé wọ́n rí èèyàn kan ṣoṣo tó fa gbogbo Yorùbá sí abẹ́ gbọ̀ngàn Gbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ gbọ̀ngàn empire ni.
Ìbàdàn nìkan náà ni ò lè bọ́ sábẹ́ gbọ̀ngàn.
Ìbàdàn náà ń bẹ.
Ẹ ti ẹ̀ sọ lẹ́yìn mi.
Báwo èmi sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn èèyàn, iwájú èèyàn gan lèmi ti máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ tèmi.
Ẹ ṣé
Ọ̀yọ́ ni gbogbo wa. So
thank you.
Wọ́n wá ní nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ọdọọdún là ń rórógbó, ọdọọdún là ń ráwùsá, ọdọọdún là ń rọ́ lórí àtẹ. A máa rí yín lọ́dọọdún ni. Ẹ̀yin ọgọ́rin sì ní eléyìí. A tún rí yín ní 90, a tún rí yín ní 100, a tún rí yín
nígbà tí bàbá bá di ọgọ́rùn tarian.
Ní ayé ni o, ní ilẹ̀ ayé yìí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bí bàbá mi ṣe sọ àwíṣe àgbáyé
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà àti ara líle. Happy birthday.
Ọjọ́ ń lọ ta ló tún kù.
Olóòtú ẹ ṣeun tẹ́ ẹ gbà mí láyè o.
Ẹ ṣeun o, kò sí cháàjì lónìí tó bá dijọ́ mi cháàjì ọ wà.
Kò sí cháàjì lónìí àtijọ́ mi.
Alàgbà yìí Wọlá Awóyalé ṣókí pépèpé bí awọ bàbá oníṣọ́nà.
Ẹ ṣeun o.
Ẹ dákun ẹ̀yin onílé bíi bàbá Chris Akíngbadé ẹ má bínú o.
Yes ma. Ẹ ṣeun ẹ kú ìjókòó gbogbo ilé o. A kí ọ̀mọ̀wé wa Adéníran Adébóyè kú oríire. Èmi máa ń ṣe mo lérò pé ẹgbẹ́ ni wá ni àṣé wọ́n ti ẹ̀ṣàgbà mi díẹ̀. Tá a bá lọ sóko wọ́n lè bá pẹ̀lẹ́ lé mi lórí. Ní àdúgbò wa tá a bá ń lọ sí oko Ifẹ̀, tá a bá kó lóṣogbo, ìlú kan wà tá ń pè ní Gbọ̀ngán. Wọ́n máa ń sọ wípé ẹnu kọ̀ròyìn bíi ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì Gbọ̀ngán. Mo ti gbọ́ kí nìyẹn ti pẹ́ mi wá kọ́ ni ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì yẹn ṣe wá rí tí ó jẹ́ pé ẹnu èèyàn máa kọ̀ròyìn láti kọ́ ni ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì yẹn ṣe rí. Mo wá bí wọ́n níjọ́ kan pé alàgbà bó ṣe ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì yẹn wọ́n ní ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì yẹn dáa. Ó gba ààyè nígbà yẹn gan tó jẹ́ wípé gbogbo àwọn èèyàn wa tó máa ń kọjá ń bẹ̀ ẹ máa ń sọ yẹn. Alàgbà mo kí n kú oríire o pé 100 ọdún ilẹ̀ ṣe yí o. 50 ọdún ń bọ̀ níwájú o. 100 ọdún gan ń bọ̀ níwájú o.
Àmín.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ kíníkan kékeré mo kàn fẹ́ sọ kí n kàn dákẹ́. A jọ wà nínú Oòduà Foundation ni. Àwọn alága wa tá a bá wá kọ̀wé síwájú. Alága yìí fẹ́ fi professor síwájú orúkọ rẹ̀. A kàn sọ pé ẹ pè ní Adéníran Adébóyè. Àmọ́ jiyàn lórí ẹ̀ pé àwọn Nàìjíríà wọ́n máa ń wá táìtù wọ́n máa ń wá àkọlé mọ̀ ni. A fà á títí. Ó fi hàn irú èèyàn tí alàgbà yìí jẹ́. Bí kì í bá ṣe wípé gbàtàn ka rẹsùmí wọn sì yìí, èmi ò mọ̀ wípé John Hopkins náà ti jáde. Àtìgbà tí wọ́n sì jáde yẹn wò tó jẹ́ pé the first African PhD in mathematics in the 70s, ẹ mọ̀ pé kíní ẹ̀ lágbára nítorí wípé ìtàn Baltimore dáa púpọ̀ nítorí pé wọ́n ṣe òwò ẹrú níbẹ̀ yẹn. Pété ìbára ti Baltimore gbà mí tẹ́ bá kàn mí kò ní tẹ́ni lọ́rùn dáadáa. So fún ọmọ àtọ̀húnrìn wá kó lọ síbẹ̀ yẹn lọ gba oyè yẹn ní John Hopkins, ó gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe wípé wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ ìkòkò tó máa játa wọ́n ní díẹ̀ máa pọ́n.
Gbona was very hard working.
Wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ takuntakun tó yẹ pé ó sì wá ó dáa tó jẹ́ wípé lọ́jọ́ òní ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n ni wọ́n ní Howard tán sì ń kọ́ ọmọ ìṣirò. Mo kí wọn kú oríire, èmi àti ìdílé mi a kí wọn kú oríire o pé ẹ kú ọdún ẹ kú ìyèdún o, a máa rí yín bá o. àwọn ni alága wa ní Oòduà Foundation alága gidi dẹ̀ ni wọ́n torí pé wọ́n ṣe gbẹ́kẹ̀lé tábàdẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ mọ̀ wípé olóye ni wọ́n ìmọ̀ wọn dẹ̀ jinlẹ̀ dáadáa ẹni tí ó jẹ́ pé èyí ò gbèdì fún ni ṣùgbọ́n tí bàbá wa dé pé bá wa ń ké Ifá àtògùn àti Ṣàngó mo mọ̀ wípé orò tó lágbára òní wọ́n ké fún wọn gbogbo tẹ́lẹ̀ sọ nípa tiyín ọdún àjẹkùṣe mọ́ yín lára o. May I also say one word to his family, Mrs. Adeboye. I congratulate you and I congratulate the children also for this day. Many, many happy returns of the day. God bless you. Ẹ ṣeun o.
Ẹ ṣeun o.
In closing, mo fẹ́ sọ
wípé ẹ ṣeun o. So I'm going to take more. Who else is there? Mi ò fẹ́ share anybody o. There is Mrs. Fausatu Adeboye. Ṣé ọmọ yín ni àbí? Mo rí Fausatu Adeboye tó nawọ́ sókè.
Èmi rèé o.
Okay, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Láti Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, ẹ má sọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
Okay, Fausat Ọláìdé Adébóyè, ìyàwó late Mr. Ọláṣẹ́ni Àjàó tí ó ti pa. Mo ní kí n káwọn dádì lénìí pé Ọlọ́run á túbọ̀ máa. God is going to be your companion. You've started this journey with all of us. I remember you coming to Atlanta in so many conventions that we had here. And I met you. You were just a wonderful and quiet, but yet very assertive man. I cannot imagine anybody saying that you were shouting in any situation. I don't even think your voice can take you can even make too much noise, but the words that comes out of your mouth makes because I mean you just have the voice of an angel that even when he's upset during those meetings and neck meetings, I just realized that this man, including Dr. Gbode and a lot of our big dads that were in the midst of all of us while we were trying to push Yoruba agenda forward in Atlanta, Georgia. I remember we had a convention, but like, and so our Baba Baba Layode, I am sure you can remember those times. And the late President then Olaseni Ajao was alive. And we all were just together and trying to push the cause of the Yoruba land. You did a wonderful job. And the job is actually singing on your behalf. One man, they usually say that what we do in this life, it lives after us longer than after we were gone. And yours is already being shown while you are still alive. That's why I really appreciate this gathering. So everybody can see him and he can now know what it meant for him to be selfless, that he sacrificed a lot of his time and energy to serve. There's a profession in this life that's always about serving, is teaching. And he chose a profession that put him in the line where he can excel and can just thrive unconditionally with his good heart. We really, really appreciate you, my family, because I remember back then when I went through my own ordeal, all of you reached out and you were good, honest, and wonderful dad. I appreciate you, Professor Shekoni, and the rest of the Yoruba crew. Thank you so much. And I pray that you have longer life as you're old, but you are still young in heart. And that's the most important thing for anyone in this life, is to maintain that youthfulness in their heart, that you attach all those young children in your life. Because I can remember Miss Yusuf's daughter, whenever she talks about you, you can just see her saying, Baba, 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 as if you are her dad. Thank you so much for your participation in this community, in United States as the whole, Nigeria, and everywhere that you have touched our lives. I appreciate you, and will always love you and hope to see you soon. And thank you. Happy birthday.
You. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to call Alagba Chris Akingbade, but I like to share this. Share cake yẹn. Okay, let everybody cut a piece. If you can't no. Now the person. Okay, now we have to finish talking before we eat this cake. This is from Jagun Odua, and this came with the cake. Happy birthday and best wishes to our own highly principled, self-disciplined, self-respecting, and hugely respectable emeritus professor of mathematics and public intellectual, Baba Adeniran. He added another degree for you online, Baba. You have spent a whole life mentoring people and sharing knowledge and ideas. A life in the service of God and man. May God continue to prosper and protect you and your entire household. And may you continue to glow in his unending radiance with fondest affection from High Chief Tola Adeniyi, Jagun Odua Adimula II of Yoruba land. I just wanted to share that so I won't be the only one eating the cake. So everybody get a piece and then let's enjoy it. So I'm going to call Alagba Chris Akingbade. Then after that,
share screen.
It will be.
Stop sharing, screen sharing.
Stop. I have stopped that.
Okay, Shema. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you, everyone at home. And I bless God for today. I want to start with Lady Barbara. Before I go to Baba Adeboye. I'm not a mathematician like Baba, but I know that the mathematicians, they taught me when I was in primary school. They say anything multiplied with 0 or divided by 0, they say it's 0. I still remember that one clearly. I'm not a lawyer, but the lawyers, they say anything based on fraud is fraudulent. It cannot stand any law, any court. But I learned there's something, that anything that is built on solid rock will always stand and stand strong, even forever and ever. That you have been with Baba for 55 years. And Baba is like this. That is why I'm basing all those things there. If you have been a 0 in his life will be 0. If you have been a vanity in his life will have become vanity. Because the scripture says all things based on vanity is vanity. Because you have stayed strong in his life, that's why I'm ascribing you to that rock. And that is why he's standing, and he's standing tall and strong. So I really appreciate what you have done for him. And I bless you. I know when you started, you didn't know he would become like this. But we thank God for what you have done. So I appreciate you. And I really bless you that both of you are going to last. Nothing is going to separate you. In the name of the Lord. Thank you so much, ma. Now I want to come to Baba Adeboye. I know Baba Adeboye through Yoruba Gbode. And I have to tell Sister Yusuf It's not because of Sister Yusuf that I've been coming to Yoruba Gbode. I've been attending Yoruba Gbode regularly because of Baba Adeboye. When I leave church, I will always hurry my family. I say, I'm going home, I'm going home. Because I want to watch Yoruba Gbode. It's because of Baba. And why I do come every time, I always wonder, and how is this man, how has he become the encyclopedia of Yoruba events? Mention any topic regarding Yoruba land. Baba Adeboye will go deep down into it. He will tell you when the thing started. He will tell you what happened. He will tell you on what occasion. He will tell you who said what and the response of another person. I always appreciate such a thing. And I always want to come back to this program. And I really thank him because he has been a good encyclopedia for all of us here. And I pray that this knowledge that he has, God will multiply it and increase it for him. And I also want to thank him because why? I could see the deep passion for Yoruba in his heart, in his eyes, in his voice, in everything. It's not everybody that has that passion. It's not. And it's not something that anybody can buy. It has to be from the inside. It is from his inside. If I should do a DNA, I'm going to see Yoruba there. And I'm going to see in his heart, I can see Yoruba in it. And why I'm baffled is this. Why is it? Because when I look at my age mates, it's very difficult and very rare to see somebody who can give you all these stories, all these histories, all these events, all the people behind the stories. Baba Adeboye is one. And I wish we could have him in my own generation. I don't even know 0.5% of what he knows. And I really appreciate him because he has been a genius of sorts. Now in Yoruba Gbode, the way he handles things, he will handle it with balance. He won't be at the extreme. Even when someone like me, I'm boiling inside. And I'm saying, why is this like this? He will be telling us, calming me down, and say, oh, Mr. Gbode, I know, I understand your feeling. But I really appreciate the steel in him. Because without that steel, he cannot do what he has been doing. And I wish we have many of him. If we had, let's say, 100 of Baba Adeboye in Yoruba land, probably Yoruba nation, we will have gotten Yoruba nation. Because he's so sincere to the core. Not somebody with eye service, not somebody that pleases men, not somebody who just say something in one corner and will say something different outside in the public. I really cherish somebody that within and outside is the same person. He's saying the same thing every time, every moment. I like that constancy in him. Father, I really appreciate you, Baba Adeboye. And I pray that this Yoruba nation, I know deep down within you want Yoruba nation. And I know and I pray that before long, this Yoruba nation will materialize so that you can witness it. You can witness this new nation and you can contribute into it. You can tell us your experience. You can say, you children, this is how it used to be. Now, this is what we encourage you to be doing. It's my prayer that God will grant you long life, sir, because you have been a wonderful person. And I say it not because you are seated here. It's because I really care, because you made me to care for this Yoruba Gbode. I really thank you, sir. And the last point I want to mention is that you are willing to share your knowledge. It is not every day that we see a professor who will come and be sharing experience with somebody who sells bread by the roadside. I will describe myself as somebody who sells bread by the roadside because I know nothing when compared with what you know. I'm not a professor. I'm not a doctor. But for you to sit down and you share knowledge with everybody, and you take everybody as if we are your mates, when you are first senior to all of us, it shows humility. And I do respect somebody that has this humility. Baba Adeboye, you have it. And I give it to you. Big time. I give it to you, sir. God will bless you for this humility. And I know you are going to last long for us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Much, sir.
You have
Thank
hit
you very
the
much.
essence of this gentleman next to me in terms of his Yoruba culture and his outreach.
Thank you.
Ashe Pupa, I love you.
Thank you, ma. So lastly, I want to sing for Baba before I drop, before Olotu will take it over from me. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. God bless you, Baba.
I'm not going to say.
Oh, wow. Ẹ dàgbà ní orúkọ tí Olúwa, ẹ wà láyé àti láàyè nínú ọlá, nínú ọlà, nínú ìbùkún, nínú àlàáfíà, nínú ìgbéga, nínú ìrọ̀rùn. Ẹ ò ní dàgbà yà, ẹ ò ní dàgbà ìṣẹ́. Ní àti agbára Ọlọ́run, ẹ ṣeun sà. Ẹ ṣé sà.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ ṣeun o. Alàgbà Chris Akingbade. I won't say don't leave your job, because if it is somebody else sing, I will say don't leave your job. But you can leave your job because you sing good. So you can benefit from singing too. Thank you. So, Alàgbà Adétúnjí Àtẹwọ́lógún, half of a minute, because we are getting ready to round up. Alàgbà Àtẹwọ́lógún, briefly. Not
before I thank the committee. Oh. All right. We'll let him speak. Sorry, sir. Yes.
I say my greetings to everybody. At this time, I knew Baba here at the Yoruba Gbode, and thank God all what he has, been saying. When somebody talks, he will say, go and Google it. When Baba Adeboye talks, even Google will still start looking for the meaning, because it is dated back, to when my mother got married with only only 2 shillings, So whatever Baba says, stands the test of time. You cannot correct it. It stands there. That's one thing we know. And ọpẹ́lọpẹ́ Ọlọ́run tó dá yín sí the scene. Mo fẹ́ bèrè ní ó dàbí pé nǹkan kan wà tó ń pè ní clone bàbá. Clone. Láti wá wá ṣe máa ṣe.
I believe it. We did. I admit it.
Àtẹwọ́ ni legacy. Ẹ kúrò lórí microphone.
Àwọn orí ẹ̀fọ́ àrẹ̀ orí ìlàyé náà kí ló dé kí mo ṣe. So the last thing I was going to say.
Half of a second, and that will be it.
Okay, The last thing I was going to say, it's true that people say, Gbọ̀ngàn is head of Ìbàdàn títí lọ́dọ̀ Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́, but you have to understand another thing, Ìjẹ̀bú lọ́kọ̀ Ìbàdàn títí lọ́dọ̀ Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́. Okay.
All right.
Just to let you know that.
I happen to support Atewologun. I happen to support him.
Yes. Thank you, Alàgbà Àtẹwọ́lógún. I have the honor to call my dear Egbon. We started this program together, but he had to go somewhere, and like he promised, he came back, and that is Egbon mi Aṣíwájú of Okeho, Baba Olusegun Gbade. When I know Baba Adeboye, that was the same time that I knew my Egbon. Even though he is my Egbon from Okeho, but thank God for Nadeko, Baba Sonu Karirawahe. It was a blessing for me. So I am very, very happy to call Professor Olusegun Gbade to say something about Baba Adeboye. When we were doing the Nadeko thing for many, many years, they were like trial, him, Baba Gbade and Dr. Rocco Shekoni. I used to follow them. I used to, chase after them. And thank God the three of them are still here. And we're here to celebrate Baba at 80. Baba Gbade hey, aṣojú olóòtú.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mo ti gbé wọn síbẹ̀.
I say happy birthday, Dr. Barbara. God bless you. God bless you for taking care of this young man.
He's young indeed.
He's looking so radiant.
He's good.
And with this gobi on his head, I can say that you are so good looking at 80 for that matter.
Yeah.
Wow. We thank God.
Yeah.
It's been a long journey. I'm not a regular on Yoruba Gbode, so I won't be able to say much on that. Not for Shola's not trying, but Onakpo, there's so many things to, take care. I mean, I, as she said, I was on the program earlier on, and I had to go, and I've been on Zoom for the last 2 hours on another program.
Yes.
So we thank God that we are able to witness this occasion. Dr. Adeboye, everything that has been said, I endorse completely. I see the charts and I see the interventions of many people, even those who are not around here. You have been a steadfast hand in the struggle for the democratic revival, I would say, of our nation. It was a democratic country before, and not just a democratic country, but a truly federal nation before. And since, the past 30-something years, since we started the struggle, you have been a steady hand. Some people have pressed the reversed gear, but you haven't been one of those. So I just want to say that your legacy will endure. The legacy of steadfastness will endure. Those that are looking to a better time for our country and for Africa in general will read because they'll be good readers. They'll know the contributions that you have made along with others, and they would appreciate that. And I think that is all there is to it. What we are all striving for, as I used to say in Egbe Ishokan, is that we're all writing our histories. Even before, going to the great beyond, we're all writing our histories now. And whatever history anyone writes, whether consciously or unconsciously, whether formally or informally, it will be there. The record will be clear. And I know that when people see your record, of steadfastness in doing good things, especially with respect to the promotion of justice, the promotion of fairness, standing firm, for what you believe in, then that's a great legacy. That's what I want people to know about me. That's what I think people will know about you. And we'll all, eventually go on to become ancestors. And what a glory it will be for our survivors to say, that was my ancestor. He did that. He did that. That is your portion. And I think it's a great portion. God bless you mightily. God bless your new age, and go on from strength to strength.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Esheun. Thank you so much, sir. I think Yoruba Gbode will now go. Okay, Alagba Abiodun Dada. After you, then I will. It will be Yoruba Gbode award, and Baba will talk, and we will say, Ọjọ́ òní lọ́tàn, kì í ṣe ọ̀tàn là ń sọ o. Ọjọ́ òní lọ́tàn là ń sọ. Oh yeah,
yes, I know.
Dr. Emmanuel Dada.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the honor. I'm very happy to be here, and I really want to say happy birthday to Professor Adelino. He doesn't look 80. You may think he's 40 in his 40s. So, and I want to thank his wife. This is my first time of really hearing from him, and from the way she commands English. I said, if now finally somebody said doctor. So that, when she was speaking, I said the way she was speaking, she must be highly educated. So it has been proven now. She's a doctor of.
So humble, nobody will know.
Yeah, I didn't know. I never had, Professor Adeboye is so humble, never talks about who and who is his family. I only heard about it when they lost their son, which is, we pray that God will bless them and will console them finally. So because of time factor, I was the founding Secretary General of Odua Foundation, which we formed, not exactly Odua Foundation, in 2006, when CIA predicted that in 15 years, Nigeria will break. And we say, hey, you say it may not happen, it may actually happen. And when you look at it, when you add 15 years to 2006, it's 2021. In 2021, everybody knows that Nigeria is on the side of breaking up, literally. So, but today is a day to congratulate Professor Adeboye for leading Odua Foundation to where we are today. So, but even though we are not yet there to get what we want, to have independent Yoruba nation, but we're on that track. I want to thank him for leading us. I want to thank Barbara for very, very supportive of our husband, because even though I don't know her person, but I heard a lot that anytime they have Yoruba conference, she's always there. And beside Professor Adeboye. So I want to thank her and congratulate Professor Adeboye and his children. So we in Odua Foundation, we are very grateful. We are very happy that he's our leader. And we pray that he will not only lead and be 80, he will be 90, he will be 100, but the maximum is 120. Maybe he can, as a mathematician, he can rewrite it. The maximum is 120. As a professor of mathematics, he can change the mathematical background on that. And the reason why it's 120 is that in Genesis chapter 6, verse 3, that we have cut the life of mankind to 120. You can check it out. So that's where the maximum. But he may rewrite it. Professor Adeboye, as a mathematician, can rewrite that script. So thank you very much. We wish you more years. Happy birthday. Happy 80th birthday.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate everybody waiting. We spent nothing less. Oh my God, we spent more than 3 hours. You know, for people who are not used to what we do on Yoruba Gbode, please forgive us. So we have been on Yoruba Gbode for 5 hours.
10 hours.
Before.
10.
So, but we're going to wrap it up soon. Ṣèyí tó ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọjọ́ ń lọ ayé lé. Ṣèyí tó ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọjọ́ ń lọ èyí ò bá ṣe là ó ròyìn. Ṣèyí tó ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọjọ́ ń lọ èyí ò bá ṣe là ó ròyìn. Ṣèyí tó ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọjọ́ ń lọ. There's a proverb in Yoruba. I'm going to say it in Yoruba and then try to translate it. People lie little, but most of the time they gossip, which means they tell about what happened most of the time. So, like I said, I've known Baba for about 30 years. And Baba has been like, so I'm going to talk personally and I'm going to talk professionally, both. So Baba has been like the grandfather for my children, late Ayomide, late Akintunde, and my only one left, Ayoteju. He was also their mathematics teacher. My children, they were the one that are not here and the one that are here, they're very good in mathematics because of Baba Adeboye. They love Baba Adeboye so much that they just want to be like him. They want to know mathematics, they want to do this, they want to do that. And I recall several times, I mean, at that time I was living in Gettysburg, Maryland, and Baba it was living where he's living now in DC. So it's about 50 minutes to drive. So my late daughter, Ayomide, could be agitating about mathematics on Friday. Then maybe late, I will call Baba late on Friday evening. When I Baba will call me, Baba will say, okay, let's meet at Howard tomorrow. I know the usual class that we used to meet. By the time I got to like a Bethesda, Baba was already in the class waiting for us. And Baba didn't drive. I know that he was not driving at that time. Baba would join the bus from his house and would be there before my children. Even though they were, Ayomide was frustrated. By the time Baba finished with her, she would be laughing and smiling, and then she won't even go to bed because she would be practicing what she did with Baba. And she always remembered, she would say, Baba said, don't get frustrated before you call me, Omo Okiodo, Omo Oje. So we will laugh, and it was on and on. When I had my test, as most people know, I lost 2 children 6 months apart. Baba was there for me 100%. Baba Adeboye, I remember those nights when it was rough with Ayoteju, the only one that I had left. And in the night, when somebody who has just lost 2 siblings, when she would start to throw tantrum, doing things, and I couldn't contain it, I will call Baba. Guess who will pick up the phone? Maybe 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. That is Yeye Barbara. Yeye Barbara will say, Shola, hang up. Dad, it's Shola. And Baba will get up. We talk to my daughter, Ayoteju. On the second day, guess who will be in front of my office at Bethesda? It's Baba Adeboye. Because Muktarat, Ayoteju won't be able to go to school. She didn't want, and Baba will say, okay, you don't want to go to school, you are grieving, it's fine, but let's go. Baba will take her, they will go out to the different places. By the time my daughter was coming back at 3:30, she was laughing. She was laughing from somebody who didn't sleep many days like that. I remember one funny thing, one night when she started like that, and I was like, Ayoteju, ṣé o tún fẹ́ kí n lọ jí bàbá oníbàbá ni? Those who understand Yoruba will know. And then she smiled, she said, Baba Adeboye is not Baba Onibaba. He is Baba Auntie Tolani, and Baba Jagun Jagun is not Baba. So that will calm things down. Baba Adeniran Adeboye had done so much, and not for me alone. If we can't, and I'm sure I know that 100 children that are achiever, especially in math and science, even the children of our politicians, Baba is in their story and their history. And the role of Mama Barbara is just like what you see in Baba Adeboye. That is what you see in Mama Barbara. Mama Barbara Adeboye loved our culture a lot. The first time Mama invited me to come and present something when she was a teacher at high school in Virginia, I thought it was the school that invited me, and my mama said, you know, they have to give you an honorarium or something. When we finished and when the check came, I realized that it is from her pocket that she was paying for Yoruba event. And she did that many times. Baba Adeboye, I really don't know where to start. All your life, you have always fight for Yoruba.
Yes.
What you want and you have always wanted is liberation, progress, and development for Yoruba children, home and abroad. You never wanted anything
for himself
in return. I, Shola Yusuf, I feel so blessed to know you. You are an inspiration. And in addition to that, you are very humble, Baba. This is a rare quality. You are a leader. You are not a dealer. And coming to Yoruba Gbode, what you did, I've talked to a lot of people that will say, oh, it's because of Baba that we come to Yoruba Gbode. Because they learn. Because you teach and you lead. So this award is presented. It's a leadership award, and I will read.
Not a dealer.
Presented to Professor Adeniran Adeboye, Baba Amoye, on your 88th birthday. In grateful appreciation of your visionary leadership, hard work, and love for Yoruba race. From Yoruba Gbode LLC, USA. This will be shipped out to Baba as soon as possible. But more importantly, my prayer is that you will live long and you will live healthy. Ọgbọ́n yín ò ní dópin láṣẹ Ọlọ́run. So I have this song that I have for Baba. Ọlọ́jọ́ ìbí ẹ ti ń ṣe 80. Ẹ bá ṣe 80 tán ẹ ó ṣe 90. Ẹ mọ̀ bá mi kà. Ẹ bá ṣe 90 tán ẹ ó ṣe 100. Ẹ bá ṣe 100 tán ẹ ó ṣe 120. I'm not going to stop unless you stop me. Unless Baba stop me himself. Taba ṣe 120 tán ẹ ó ṣe 140.
8 years.
Taba ṣe 140 tán ẹ ó ṣe
160.
Taba wá ṣe 140 tán ẹ̀gbọ́n mi àtàtà.
Padà sí 8 years.
Ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ ayé. Baba said, Baba Awishe said, life continues there.
Yes.
But we are going to spend many, many, many here.
Yes.
From the voice of our ancestors. Ọmọ kékeré ni mí, ọmọ ọwọ́ kì í kú lójú ọwọ́. Ọmọ ẹsẹ̀ kì í kú lójú ẹsẹ̀. Ẹ yá, ẹ rà, ẹ ní kú láéláé. Iṣu ọmọ ajìnà fún yín jẹ. Ẹ ṣé àdúpẹ́ pẹ́ òkun from all of us. This will be shipped out as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Oni. I'm going.
Okay, thank you.
Ẹnìkan fún wa ní gun salute but ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ bàbá ẹ̀yin lẹ nílẹ̀ títí dago mọ́kànlá alẹ́. Now your tongue.
Ẹ̀yin ló kàn.
Ẹ̀yin ló kàn bàbá.
Dem ló kàn.
Ẹ̀yin ló kàn. Wàláì tàláì.
Iṣẹ́ ńlá lẹ ṣe lónìí o. And I want to
You're on stage.
Thank our hostess.
Yes. Oh,
My,
Are you on mute? Unmute?
Am I on mute?
No.
I want to thank our hostess
but
for all that she has been doing for all of us, and in particular, what she has done for me and my family. Let me be very, very, very clear that I am extremely grateful for today. I didn't know which way this will go. Yes, at least for the past 1.5 years, I've been trying to handle something that I didn't imagine I would ever have to handle. I didn't have to do it alone. It wasn't a joy to do. I'm happy I had my partner with me to handle that. We are not out of the woodshed yet, but what we have done today at least gives us something to smile about.
Yes.
And joined by our own children, it makes the smile a little broader.
Absolutely.
So we are very, very grateful. This is something I will never forget.
Absolutely.
I will. This is something that I didn't know I didn't know which way it was going to go. I didn't plan it, and yet it's brought so much joy. But I want to crave the indulgence of the audience to occasionally break into Yoruba. The gods conspired that I should have to address people in a language that was not spoken at my cradle. I don't grudge it, but I still feel more comfortable speaking Yoruba in certain circumstances.
Absolutely.
And I will get back to that. They say I talk too much, so you just allow me a little bit of that today. On December 31, 1942, a young woman was escorted out of Akiriboto for about 1.5 miles to Bogon to a new home, a husband. That was Aswodun, 1942. 11 months later, or a little more than 10 months later, I showed up. But that young woman was born to a Babalawo, Gbode Orunmila, very famous in the town, in the community, as a just like
Professor Wande Abimbola. He was the Babalawo of our entire area. Yet this woman was married to Baba Ajo of African Church. So already from the beginning, my life was going to be a big question. I'm going to be sandwiched between people who are deep in traditional religion, who have fantastic understanding and commitment to the Yoruba life. Yeah. And then into a home where people, even though they knew their traditional society, were also struggling to reconcile imported faith, imported ideology, not fully understood. And then you go and have a child in the middle of that. I mean, that is either is the beginning of confusion or it's an opportunity to learn. So I'm not ever going to claim credit for anything that I have done. I'm going to claim good luck for being in the middle of issues where questions have to be asked and sometimes answered. Yes, Tolani was talking about by asking my dad why the moon was always following me. And when my dad said it was following everybody, I said, that's not possible. But I was only about 3 or 4 years old, so I didn't know any geography. I didn't know the planet was round or the moon was this distance. But they allowed me to ask questions. They laughed at some of my own questions and some of my own answers. And many times they didn't have an answer of their own. But they gave me an opportunity to roam, not just physically, but mentally. That's luck. And I'm sure many of us have similar stories. But I want to thank Professor Wande Abimbola because every time I see him or hear him, whether he's aware of it or not, it takes me back to my very beginning. And even the jokes that we used to make around my house, my Christian home, about their Babalawo something, we used to make fun, we used to laugh, we used to enjoy. Yoruba society is almost difficult to duplicate in terms of ability to allow children to evolve. But that Yoruba society eventually, with all the challenges that it faces economically and what have you, as Tolani mentioned, as Ilesami mentioned, I had to sell things on the street from age 5. Wosi is what they call it in big towns. We call it a ten, and the money was pounds, shillings, and pence, and a number of foolish denominations in between. And I had to learn to make change and all of that stuff. And I think that's what that's where I learned my math before I went to school. But that also convinced me that everybody who puts the food in the mouth and not in the nose can do math. Then move away from there. I went to school and I was lucky. All gamut of Yoruba people, of Yoruba life. My first teacher in elementary school, January 1951, was an Ijebu man, Adekoya. Adekoya was fantastic. How in the world do you teach primary 1 people addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and fractions? Malabidi. Fractions, fractions. Fractions and decimal. In the first year of school, he divided the classroom into 3 parts. 14 of us were on one part of it, and he was teaching us anything that came to his mind. And then he taught the other 2 sections and all of that stuff. In any event, Adekoya was my first teacher, formal teacher. And I learned a lot from him. And then I moved on and he gave me double promotion from RBD to Standard 1. And I wasn't the only one. In fact, I was not the best. I was number 4. Adebayo, Olawuni, and all of there were 3 other people before me. But all 7 of us were given double promotion. So I'm telling you how much I owe Yoruba. Before I can get Yoruba to owe me anything, I must confess, I must project what I owe the land. And then you have Jeolupelu, you have this Ilesami Ojo. Ilesami Ojo was from Akure, or maybe Ijare, I don't remember. But Ilesami Ojo taught me in Standard 3, 1954. Ilesami Ojo was the one who made me a black man.
Ah.
How? He taught history. Among other things, he taught everything, of course, but he taught history. And the way he was teaching history, if somebody can share with me the syllabus for elementary school in 1954, I would be very grateful, because he taught Arab slave trade. Arab slave trade that predated transatlantic trade. He painted a picture. We were using a book for geography called West African Atlas notebook.
Yes.
That's where I saw the coast of Yoruba land, from the Niger on one side to almost the Volta on the other side, called Slave Coast. 1954. He made it very clear that we were under the gun as a people. And for somebody who was just learning to use English, I was affected when he got to one point and said that one of the consequences of slave trade was that Africa was depopulated. So you can see that if they were trying to brainwash anybody, they had me, because I knew that if my life was going to be worth anything, it was to reverse or to reverse our pain and to redeem our past. And that's what Yoruba people have done for me. Standard Ilesami Ojo was also the one who said fractions, decimals, and percentages are interrelated. Whatever that means. The man was full of English and math. And are you surprised that one of my children is named Ilesami?
I didn't name him.
So the building up, the Yoruba word for education is Eko. When come in really means you are building. So we think of education as building up a human being. You are building up something. The party that helped to build me up, or that tried to build me up. The next one was from Amoye, Ekiti. Ike Fatu. It was Ike Fatu who harassed my parents that, they must send me to high school. These people who couldn't pay school fees before Awolowo's free education, January 17 of 1955, the same headmaster, Ike Fatu, who used to drive me out of school to go and get money, who knew that my parents didn't have any money, was harassing them now that they had to find money to send me to high school. It was successful. They sent me. But where I'm going with all of this is that our people are very great people. Every time I went to take entrance exam to a high school, whether it's in Ilesha or Ibadan or Osogbo or this place, I didn't know anybody anywhere. And the arrangement was that they will have the entrance exam at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. Now, you can't go from Gbode to any place like that and arrive before 8 o'clock to a place that we've never been. So you have to go the night before. And I would tell my mom that I was going to stay with somebody. I would tell, hey, lie. I didn't have anybody to stay with. So I will get to the town in the say like 4 p.m. of Friday and roam around the town and eventually find where the center is, like St. James's School, Kebola, or like this and that, or All Saints School, Shogbo, or and try to sleep in the schoolyard so that I wake up in the morning and be ready for the entrance exam. Try to sleep in the schoolyard. Those of you who remember what our schools were like, they were almost all Christian schools. There was always a burial ground near the school. and how a little boy is going to be able to sleep in the next to a burial ground and not imagine that something will crawl over him overnight. But you see, what happened, what the Yoruba did, there was no place where I slept in the schoolyard. Somehow, somebody will come around and find me there with my little portmanteau and ask me as follows. Àbí wọ́n lè fẹ́ ṣèdánwò láàárọ̀ ọ̀la. Mo ló ti wá, gbọ̀ngàn ni. Ibo ló dé sí. Then I'll be looking at the sky. Then they will take me to their home.
Joy, Dad.
They will take me to their home.
Yes.
Get there and tell the people, their wife and children, alálejò. Then they will clear the sitting room. And before I know it, rice and beans and were in front of me to eat.
Yes. Yes.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Then they will tell me to switch off the light. That I know you want to read. Cut off the light when you are ready to sleep. 1:10.
Yes.
Then at 7 o'clock in the morning or thereabout,
I'll get your tissue.
they will get me to eat again and take me to the schoolyard, to the center. And it happened in Ibadan, it happened in Osogbo, it happened in Ilesha. I don't know where it didn't happen. And I didn't have to beg. I didn't go from door to door asking people to let me stay with them. They were the one who came to me.
That's right.
That's Yoruba country.
Yes.
How then can you grow up and not feel like you're a slave to these people? Like we must do whatever will make them whole.
Yes.
And I'm sure I'm not the only child that benefited from that. I'm sure. So I'm saying to you, talk less about what I have tried to do. I probably cannot pay enough. Talk more about what we need to do. Then I got to government college, and the first Black person I saw in the literature, English language for West Africa, was Booker T. Washington. And he says, the book says, and I'm going to quote, the determination and resource with which Booker Washington won his way through Hampton, that's Hampton College, Hampton Institute, was needed now in even a greater measure if he was to overcome the difficulties that confronted him at Tuskegee. So as early as the late 50s, I knew that Africa was depopulated in the middle 50s. I knew where they emptied into. And now I knew Booker T was the person who had to struggle to win his way through Hampton Institute to get some education, and now became the head of Tuskegee Institute. I knew we have a common destiny. I knew we couldn't fight our war alone. I knew the slave coast wasn't called slave coast for nothing. That's not a Yoruba word anyway. So everything gelled into a need to serve. I benefited a lot from all of those exposures. And so I'm here with you, my brothers and sisters. I'm so grateful that you are here with me. You made me recapture some of the things that I've lived with all these years. I can't go mentioning names because all of you have been important, including some that didn't even get a chance to talk. You'll be important in my life. I look at my wife. She was a Peace Corps teacher in Liberia before I met her. I met her in Baltimore. She's the American version of my life. And we had a community of spirit about what we wanted to do with our experiences. And over the last 50, it is 54, not yet 55.
I know. It feels like 100.
Anyway, what we want to do, how we want to serve, what we need to do to build a future.
Yes.
And the reality is that when you call the Yoruba coast a slave coast, and you move looking north to the left, and you call that the Gold Coast, which is now called Ghana, and you move a little left, and they call that the Ivory Coast. It's still called Ivory Coast. And you move left, and they call it Grain Coast, and so on and so forth. And in that Grain Coast, by the way, Liberia and Sierra Leone, you will find some of the people that were not, either they didn't make across the Atlantic, like, but were repatriated there, or people in Sierra Leone who, at the end of the official slave trade, were settled in there by being cut off of the slave ship. So we have what do we have? We have, in my mind, by the time you get to Trinidad and Tobago and get to Brazil and all of those places, Yoruba a nation. It's a transatlantic nation. It's not a country like Nigeria. It's a nation. Nigeria is a country. Yoruba is a nation. Yoruba is a transatlantic nation. So if you are going to serve a nation of people who originated from the slave coast, whether they are there or they were transported elsewhere, if you are going to serve that nation, are you going to do it in isolation? No. You realize that the destiny forced on the Yoruba was also forced on a number of other people that are Black. And so you end up saying, yes, you need a kind of redemption, a kind of recovery, and that you are going to do whatever you know how to do, whatever you are equipped to do, to serve. I don't think it's that much humility on my part. I think it is just a recognition that the purpose of life is living, and the purpose of living is to support life.
Yes.
So if life must be supported, you are going to have to look who is least served, and where are the people that are least served, and who is going to serve us? Nobody but ourselves. The earlier we realize that, the better. And I am grateful to all the people who have touched my life, that they made me realize that. And I'm an evangelist for sharing the same understanding with all the younger people yet to come. I am proud to have had association with all of you. I am very, very comforted by the support that I've always had from everybody that I have met, or almost everybody. The Neverdons of Baltimore, that's my wife's family. I have not had any problem that they couldn't help me handle. over the past 50-something years. I love them. I love their children. They love me too. I know that. If I used to tease because there were so many siblings. I used to tease all the ladies in there as once I married their sister, they all became my girlfriends. But jokes aside, I am proud to be here. I am happy I'm here. I am grateful. I am very, very grateful for all the support that I've been getting. And I want to salute my children. Yes, we all sustained the loss of your brother, but I am proud of your growth. Absolutely. I am proud of your ability to verbalize your thoughts. Your mother gets credit for all of that. I will get credit for arithmetic. But seriously, I am very proud of you. I love you. And we have been able to add to you. We have Fumi Showers Adeboye, who is Ilesami's wife, and wants to do that to become my child. And I'm very, very grateful. I really am. Now I see all these other people who I've known for a long time and who have been part of my life directly or obliquely. I salute you all. Janet Fashaki, the Kabiesi, spoke so glowingly about me. I don't know if I deserve all of that, but I enjoyed hearing you, and I salute you very much, and I'm grateful. And not much that I can say. I will never say enough. So you will all forgive me because I feel also like I should have prepared more for this. I appreciate you all. And all the speakers from Yoruba Gbode, Gbode, Dr. Abiodun Dada, I can see that the family, the Tenabe family, that we have done so much together for so long, for at least a few years. I remember once I called Professor Tenabe. I don't know if he will remember this, but I'm going to say it. Ilesami was, this was around 19 whatever. Ilesami came from California and was going to be teaching at Morgan. So I called Professor Tenabe. You know, it's been all the support that one could ask for. Now, as far as Miss Fausat Adeboye, I thank her because it was her late husband, Seni Ajao, who sent me to Europe in 2001 or 2000. I think it was 2002, if I remember. He was president of Egbe Omo Yoruba, and they were going to launch Egbe Omo Yoruba Europe, and they asked for us to come and do it. I was president of Shokan at that time, and President Ajao says, "You go say everything on my behalf." So the story that that Fausat related is absolutely the story of collaboration among a whole lot of people all over the North America that were trying to redeem ourselves as our land, our people. Now, as far as the Yoruba nation is concerned, it is a nation. It was always there. God created it that way. Mm. It is God that creates nations. It's people that create countries. Whatever God has created in nations, they are there. Unless you wipe them out like we did the Australian Aborigines. But the country, they keep shifting faces. Europe, as a continent, had countries that have since disappeared, or that have shrunken, or expanded, or what have you. So whatever is happening in Africa is not so much strange. It's a regrouping. A country is an association of some nations that decide to work together. If it works, so be it. The country stays. If it doesn't, for the sake of human dignity, a rearrangement can be done. I am not in any way uncomfortable with a search for Yoruba nation to become a Yoruba country, to have a Yoruba country of its own. That doesn't stop Yoruba from being a transatlantic nation any more than being in England stops the English people from being a transatlantic nation. After all, we speak English in America and in Canada and in Australia. So it's a regrouping. The country is man-made, and because of man's weaknesses, not always able to keep things together, sometimes pointed in the way of destruction, unnecessary jealousy, unhealthy competition, and what have you, countries don't necessarily survive. But the spirit of the Yoruba must survive. The human race needs it. We will not, unless we want the planet to explode, we cannot afford to do away with the wisdom, the accommodation, the Omoluabi structure
The creativity.
of Yoruba, the creativity and the Omoluabi conduct of Yoruba people, that they evolved over millennia. We must not allow the world to lose that.
And the ultimate humanity.
So that in the end, a love for Yoruba transfers to a love for all of humanity in a way that is yet to be explained to people who refuse to understand. I want to thank you. I really am proud of to be here. I am grateful for your brightening my day and my family's day, and I owe you more I can never pay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Baba.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you,
dear brother.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Olótú.
Oh.
Ẹ̀yin àti Mr. Akínbádé, ó dàbí pé ohùn yín máa dùn tẹ́ bá kọ birthday song fún bàbá. Tẹ́yìn kọ sólò.
Ẹgbẹ́ tí mo kọ ni.
Mr. Akínbádé kọ bá.
You didn't hear the one that I sang? Mama, do you want to say something? Mama?
I'm wordless. It has been said, and it's with deep appreciation that I extend this gratefulness to you. Thank you so very much. I'm so happy it's recorded. I need to listen to it multiple times.
Yes.
Yes.
And I hope all the people who are writing the chat thing, I hope the record contains that so I can respond to them.
Yes.
Yes.
The way I'm not able to do now.
Yes, yes. When I send the whole of the YouTube, the chat will appear too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Happy birthday, Professor Deboye.
Thank you very much.
Aduke, did you get it?
Ojú wa ni ìràpadà Yorùbá ó ṣe lágbára
Ọlọ́run. I really have to confess something. Every day is a birthday.
Wow. That is so true.
Thank you. Oh, that's lovely.
Okay. One of my
Orin tẹ́ fẹ́
All of
kọ́ńkọ́.
my children.
Can you sing happy birthday to Baba?
Thanks, Dad.
Okay,
Happy
we thank God.
birthday to ọdọọdún ayọ̀ fún yín. Ọdọọdún ayọ̀ fún yín. Ọdọọdún
Ọjọ́dún
ayọ̀
ayọ̀ fún bàbá Amoye. Ọjọ́dún ayọ̀
fún yín.
ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ nínú mi dùn. Ayọ̀kúnnú ọkàn mi torí mo jẹ́ Yorùbá. Ayọ̀kúnnú ọkàn mi torí mo jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá. Ayọ̀kúnnú ọkàn mi bí mo ta ayé mi wá o, ọmọ Yorùbá ni n ó ṣe o.
Ayé ilé o.
Bí mo ta ayé mi wá, ẹ tún gbé. Bí mo ta ayé mi wá, ọmọ Yorùbá ni n ó ṣe o. Yorùbá dára àwọn lẹ́wà, ìwà wọn dára ó wù mí. Wọ́n lọ́gbọ́n lórí, wọ́n lákìkanjú. Bí mo ta ayé mi wá, ọmọ Yorùbá ni n ó ṣe o. Bí èèyàn bá, if one see example of Baba Adeboye.
Ọmọ Yorùbá, inú mi dùn
pé mo jọ mojú a. Ó ṣe púpọ̀.
Ọ̀rẹ́
mọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀ wá.
Ọ̀rẹ́ mọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀ wá.
Thank you so much.
Ọ̀rẹ́ mọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀ wá.
Ẹ dákun, ta ló lóhùn ìsàlẹ̀? Ohun bàbá tí wọ́n pé ẹ̀kan dájọ́ wọn nìyẹn lọ.
Ọ̀rẹ́ mọ̀wọ́ ẹ̀ wá.
Ta ló lóhùn yẹn?
Láìdé ni o, Láìdé Adébóyè Àjàó ni o.
Okay.
Èmi ọmọ bàbá Adébóyè ni o.
Àwọn kọ̀ǹkọ̀ ò jẹ́ ká gbá wọlé.
Thank you so much. Like I will always say, Anagbara, Anagboro, we've been everywhere. We started about precisely 4 hours ago. That was when we started. I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody, especially the planning committee of this occasion, headed by Dókítà Olopolo, Baba Biyi Oyefule. Wọ́n náwó, wọ́n nára. And at this point, I wanted to mention that Olufi of Gbọ̀ngán was supposed to come. And with Dr. Williams, this thing was planned to bring Olufi here and to do all these things about 6 months ago. To be candid, when we started planning, we were going to do something physical because Baba deserved more. But when all of us, which means it will involve eating and dancing and everything in DC area. And we were also thinking that it will be an opportunity to bring the Yoruba Gbode family. Everybody that has been there years, they keep coming every Sunday. We see, but we see on Zoom, but we don't see physically. So that was the plan. But when we rethink of the event of last year March, we decided to go solo by doing this. Still, Olufi of Gbọ̀ngán was supposed to be here. We made every arrangement.
This is the Olufi.
This is somebody. Baba Ati Shetan, we finished. I will talk to you later. All right. Talk to you. I'm signing off. People are waiting for me, sir.
Olotu, this is the picture of Olufi.
Well, photo. So, Esheun, thank you. So Olufi was supposed to be here, and we made all the arrangements, including paying for a technical team, because that was what they said will make things easy. They said Gbogan always may have some network problem, and our technical team went with 4 different network. But actually this was supposed to be done last week Friday, but the coordinator from Nigeria's side, Professor Williams, said he had a death in his family and asked whether we could change it to today, which we did. Our technical team were there. They are sleeping in Gbode as I'm speaking. They are sleeping in the hotel in Gbode as I am speaking. But rírò ní tènìyàn ṣíṣe ní ti Olúwa. Ènìyàn lè ṣèlérí, people will make promises, but the promise of Almighty God is the best, is the ultimate, is the one that we can rely on. Our team got there from 5 o'clock, but still, they didn't show up. And I told them, when it was 9:30, we were already here. They didn't show up where they didn't let them in where they were supposed to do the filming. We told them to go and retire to their hotel so they can rest. And we had the same experience sometime last year when Olufi was invited as a guest, and Baba actually from his own pocket paid for the sponsorship. We didn't push this Olufi thing. He wanted to come. So we remember that it happened about 2 years ago too, when we got the sponsorship and everything was set. But on the morning of the program, Olufi sent me a message that from spiritual call. He wasn't supposed to, he was told not to come, that it was a spiritual message. I'm saying this because as a broadcaster, I should be open. I should let people know, so that when people say it is the fault of Yoruba Gbode, that you all can hear me witness. So we had fun. I really am happy that the thing went the way Almighty God Olodumare said it will go. I'm very, very grateful for Baba Adeboye for making this possible, because it was supposed to be surprise. But when somebody leak our secret, Baba didn't say you can't do it. And it's not that out of contempt that we want to, we prefer Baba to be part of the planning. So everybody that we needed would be there, because there are so many people that we wanted them to come here. We didn't have access to them. But the reason why we decided to make it a secret or surprise is because we know Baba for who he is. Baba is always very humble. Baba will say, oh, there are so many issues about Yoruba thing that we should talk about. Let's leave that. And once he says no, we won't be able to say yes. But by the time our secret leaked out, we have gone far. So I'm very, very grateful for I have a big thanks for my Aburo, Ilesami Ishola Oma Adeboye. Thank you so much for your support.
I want to thank you very much for bringing me into this. It's been a benefit. We've worked so well together, and to my mind, everything worked out absolutely for the best. And I'm again glad everyone was able to make it. I'm very, very happy for this evening.
Thank you, Aburo. Thank you. Arike, thank you so much. I'm grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Auntie. I agree. Everything went perfectly.
Tolani, thank you.
Thank you, Tolani, Arike. And I'm very, very grateful to my big Egbon, Dókítà Ọlọ́pọlọ. Wọ́n náwó, wọ́n nára, wọ́n ná àsìkò wọn ní gbogbo ìgbà. But for him, I don't know where we will go. ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ọmọ oníkókó ìmọ̀. I'm very, very, very grateful. Thank you so much for all your effort. There's somebody who is at the heart of Yoruba Gbode. She always work for Yoruba Gbode relentlessly, and that is Auntie Funke. Funke ọmọ Táíwò ní Ìbàdàn. Lè panu mi dé, lè pé mọ́ dàkọ̀ yín tó bá wẹ lẹ́nu ní fẹ́nu rẹ̀ ṣe. Thank you so much. Yes. She is in the middle of this planning. We plan it together. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi àtàtà ẹ̀ṣọ́ kò yọ ọmọ agbọ̀nyùn. Thank you. Àjọṣe wa ò ní bàjẹ́. Thank you so much. I thank everybody. Oòduà Foundation ọ̀pọ̀lápè díẹ̀ lárí. Ṣùgbọ́n nínú díẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ka Oòduà Foundation mọ́ wọn. Ẹ ṣeun, mo dúpẹ́ pẹ́ òkun. Aṣojú olóòtú, ẹ ṣeun. Everybody, gbogbo ẹbí Mama Barbara in Baltimore, thank you so much. Well, this is Yoruba Gbode. Most of the time we talk about Yoruba progress. All the time we talk about Yoruba development. We talk about history, because if you don't know history, if you don't know past stories, you won't know what to do in future. So join us. Occasionally we have a program that we do in English, especially when it's something that is very fundamental like this. I'm very, very grateful. I'm very, very grateful to my baby too, Ayoteju Oma Baba. She was down with cold, and her voice wouldn't come out even if she tried to come. I'm grateful to my Aburo, who at the last minute shared all our program and joined us. And that is the councilwoman for Tennessee, Zulfat Adebukola Omosuara. Thank you so much. I'm grateful to everybody. So thank you so much. Let's meet here again in 10 years when Baba will be 90. I will be there. All of you will be there. Till that time, Ireo, thank you a lot.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you very much.
We meet.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Baba, keep on looking young. Give us we will take the recipe from Mama. Okay. Because it's a good recipe to have.
Mama ni ewa.
Ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ o. Oore lámọ̀ rí bára wa ṣe o.
Wọ́n ní kò níyàwó tó dáa ni.
Àmín o. Happy birthday lẹ́ǹkan sí o. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi from Gbọ̀ngàn. Happy birthday.
Congratulations, Baba Oyefule. You still retain the citizenship of Gbọ̀ngàn.
Wọ́n
ti gbà yẹn o, a ti gbà yẹn.
Wọ́n refuse to. I'm still a member of the Gbọ̀ngàn Empire.
I'm still
a member of Gbọ̀ngàn Empire.
Unless you want to, no Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́.
Somebody fún mi lówó máa wá sí Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́.
Wọ́n fẹ́ fi wọ́n joyè alẹ́bẹ̀ lóògùn l'Ógbómọ̀ṣọ́.
Okay, hold on.